Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy when he's standing behind the microphone.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it, come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and brothers and sisters. I hope I can say, comrades and friends, I might go so far. How you feeling? What's up? My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Planet Earth. Or wherever you are.
It's getting there.
Yeah, it's getting there. Say hello to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys from a safe distance.
Ooh, one rang out. Mary Santora is right over there.
Hi, guys. No babies.
I got a lot of mail about our opening segment of the show yesterday.
Are we going to get to it, or is it just a statement?
I'm not going to go through all of it. Yeah.
Okay.
It was a lot of people calling me a dick. A lot of people calling you a dumb bitch.
Yeah.
So we split down the middle.
I think so, too,
which
based
is
on
what
I'm
sure
DMs.
You've gotten the same.
Yes.
That's right. Don't listen to Alan.
Well, it was because I think it was my page. It was a little more favored toward, hey, he's overreacting.
Of course.
Do what you want to do. But there were a couple people like, you were going to kill everyone's families. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what to say.
And the truth, as always, is somewhere in the middle.
Right.
Speaking of killing your family, say hello to Poundcake, who's back there behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
And he would kill your family if you let him do it. Whose tweet was that? Oh, it was Curtis Cook.
About,
He changed it. He got booted off Twitter.
Yeah.
I'll kill all your kids myself if
Dr.
I
Oz.
tell you something.
Yeah, after the Dr. Oz hullabaloo from a couple of weeks back.
What though? If I had a check mark on Twitter, that would be the time to lose it. You're like, if you're verified, you're like, I'm gonna trick everybody. You know,
Might as well.
worth it.
Sure. You got? Oh, he had like a little scarf on or something when he came in. Poundcake did.
He had on his that mask.
Is that what it was from Jamaica?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were wearing it as like a
fashion.
Yeah. Well, everybody, anybody who is online now, you're bombarded with. It's all mask ads now because companies, streetwear labels, everybody's getting in the mask game. And so they can hit you at various price points. Yeah. And so,
who doesn't want a $500 Supreme mask?
Right.
Does it come with tomatoes and sour cream?
No, it's not that kind of Supreme.
Well, then I don't want it at all.
Well, listen, you could add your own. A lot of these, they've got a slot there where you can put your own filter in if you're so inclined.
Okay.
I imagine you could fill that with tomatoes and sour cream if you wanted to.
What else would you want to breathe in all day?
Listen, it's going to block up cilantro.
I went to Costco today with Grandma, and everyone's wearing a mask.
Okay.
People weren't really bitching about it, like some places.
They weren't at Costco. They weren't.
No, because you have to wear a mask, and they put that out there, and they said this is our policy.
Yeah, but that's where people complain is where they have to wear a mask.
Right, but they're
where it's optional. No one complains.
But at this point, they're just like, well, that's our rule, so don't come in there. And Grandma hates wearing the mask, and I love Grandma wearing the mask because she bought some paper medical mask, and it kept going up over her eyes. So she's just blindly pushing her cart around Costco. She couldn't see anything, and I am just losing my mind.
Wait, how is it sliding up her nose?
I don't
know.
Is
it too small?
No, it's too big.
Too big, yeah.
The ones that Roman made for us, the Alan Cox Show ones, it's the same problem. If I wear it about 30 seconds in, it's up into my eyelids.
Because of the cut, you mean? Cut.
Yes, because it's like cut too high or my face is too small or whatever
and so that's what's happening with the Grandma, and it creeps up And she's got a lot of hair, and so it's around her ears, and I don't know what the science is behind it creeping up into her eyes, but I know it's hilarious. And then she's constantly got to like tug it down, and she's just so frustrated. So I like Mask,
and it only compounds her anger.
Yes,
because she doesn't want to do it, and now it's not working.
And the fact that she's complying just to go to Costco to get a few things, in her rage is my fuel for happiness.
I don't understand.
Like seeing her so perturbed and so angry and so annoyed with the mask, and she's like, "I'm just done with this, Bill. This stupid virus. I wish it would just kill me because I'm so sick of this stupid mask."
Hey, she might get her wish. Who knows? She is ensconced in her palace, though, up on the penthouse floor of the building. On the Costco tip, by the way, I don't understand the emails you get. They say members only deals.
Yeah,
you've got to be a member to shop at Costco, right? What are the members-only deals? I don't understand that.
There's levels of the memberships.
Oh.
Are there really?
Yeah, there's like gold,
platinum.
You have to pay more for those or something?
Yeah. Oh, so if you're at a certain strata,
that's what it's... Okay. That's what I assume. I got the lowest. We'll let you in the door, but we're going to keep an eye on your membership.
That's what I have. Yeah, right. Don't try walking out with too many shrimp wheels, or we're going to stop you.
We're going to check your receipt extra good.
Yeah, I've got 2 highlighters when you're walking out.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What, Bill, you live alone. What things do you buy in bulk from Costco?
Condoms.
Oh, okay. Also in a long-term relationship, so I don't know if that...
For something, no. Not condoms. I got some... Just some like frozen foods that I can put in my freezer.
Okay.
It's good to put the frozen foods in your freezer.
That's a great place for them.
Yeah.
Put them in the
I'm a big
oven.
fan of
See
it.
I
might eventually.
I have found the garage not as appropriate of a place for the frozen items.
Beverages.
Depending on the month.
I get all my beverages there so that I'm all stocked up. Like I got a bunch of
Kirkland brand soda.
Not Kirkland. I go with Waterloo. I like the Waterloo.
Oh, is it water? It's called Waterloo.
It's loose water.
Waterloo.
It's like LaCroix, but it's Waterloo.
Okay, I gotcha.
Okay, so I get those, and then I got some Gatorade, and then I got some...
Is it cheaper?
It's just...
Or you just get 20 of them?
You get 35 of the ones, and so... And it's cheap.
Gatorade, what are you going to do?
Well, not 35 Gatorade. I don't know. There's like 24 Gatorade. But then I'm just stocked up for like the next 3 weeks, and I don't got to worry about it.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I've always understood Waterloo in historical context to be a negative. Imagine being so ignorant of history that you call your water brand Waterloo, because other than the ABBA song, it's a very negative connotation throughout history.
There's a battle there, right?
Battle of Waterloo, isn't it? Where
the water's great.
Napoleon was finally defeated or met his match or something. I don't know.
Yes, I believe he lost to... the T-Rex from Jurassic Park.
The Utah Jazz, I believe.
They finally got one!
Stockton and Malone, they dunked on Napoleon so hard.
Which is not hard to do, and they're bragging about it. He's short, we all know that.
Yeah, white.
And, he's short, white, he's French. Yeah. Dunking on a short, white French guy, that's nothing.
No.
Vince Carter went right over one of the tallest French guys.
Yeah. Luke Longley.
No, it was in like the... 96 Olympics or 98 Olympics.
Oh, yeah, right. The dream teams.
Yeah.
And such.
He jumped right over a dude.
Okay.
It's great.
So the water is good. The Waterloo water is
Waterloo.
good. They're trying to turn the tides on the negative connotation of Waterloo. So. Yeah.
I'm about over the soda water, to be honest with you. I don't know if I've just drank too much of it, because it's pretty much, other than regular water and coffee in the morning, it's all that I drink at home.
I drink flat water.
And I'm done with it. I've been like only drinking half of them, and I'm like, I gotta get something else. It's just all I've drank for like a couple months.
They gotta be cold. I've been drinking them for years, though.
See, I can't. I feel like I'm coming out of this phase. Since it's
I've been drinking them for I've been drinking them for like 5 or 6 years, and it's just, when I drink soda, it's just too much, and so I'm just used to these, and they're just
I'm
just
used to it too. But when I quit drinking, I was drinking pop a lot, and then I switched over to soda water like last summer,
like bubbly LaCroix,
that kind of stuff. And I just like this past 2 weeks, I've been cracking one, drinking it while I'm eating, and then like leaving the other half and not even coming back.
Makes me feel. I like flat water. It makes me feel full. That's why I don't drink all that. We drink hit water all the time.
Try pouring it into a fancy glass.
What is that going to do?
I don't know. Maybe it'll feel fancier.
Your table? It's not about feeling fancy. I feel full.
I don't know. You're sitting at your table. You got your glass there. You got.
I will tell you this:
it's hard to feel fancy though when you feel full.
Yeah.
You feel gross and bloated, and so flat water might make you feel more fancy.
When I'm full, that's when I feel most love.
I hate feeling. You're a sick man.
Hugs from the inside.
Oh God, no! I don't want hugs from the outside. I hate feeling full.
I want them
hate
both.
it, despise it.
I went back and was logging my calories today because I've been doing the same thing for a long time, and then I was like, you know what? I feel like I'm overeating. Like it's healthy stuff, but I think it's too much. And I logged my breakfast for today, and it was like 700 calories. I was like, chill out, man.
What did you eat?
Well, it's just like an egg white omelet, but I'm using a lot of ingredients. So it's like it's healthy things, but too much. Like I have a little clear, tiny little looking side dish that I put like grapes or strawberries in, and I was like, I wonder how this is probably about a cup.
Yeah.
3 cups of grapes. I'm like, that's too many grapes. But I'm not thinking anything of it because it's a small dish of healthy food. But I'm like, you can still overeat even if it's healthy. If that makes sense.
My wife made this amazing thing last night. She made like this amazing like grilled cauliflower and curry, and then she had like mashed sweet potatoes and apples, and it was really, really good. And so we're eating, and I get my plate, and like a quadrant of my plate has food, and she goes, "Is that all you're gonna eat?" I go, "Well, my first pass."
Yeah.
You know, I don't eat a lot. I just don't. You know, and I like
I
relatively plain food. I don't like super rich or buttery or gravy. You know, so.
Yeah.
So
then I'm
700
You're the
calories.
stereotype.
It's too much.
Who
Yeah.
is?
You are just eating
what?
super plain white
people
food.
food.
Yeah.
Well, I am white.
Yes. And
Yeah.
you're buying into the stereotype with your unseasoned food.
Well, I'll try it. No, it's not unseasoned. It was very well seasoned, but I'm not a gravies, butters, sauces kind of guy.
Yeah.
Like if you make food and it tastes great, I don't need to add anything to it.
Yeah.
Is all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Let me have my theory.
I got a break. We'll get to some of the letters.
Okay.
A letter. We'll get
Okay.
to a letter.
Sure.
Okay? 35192 if you want to text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there if you want. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
816-578-1007 if you want to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else you can watch live there. Of course, the Alan Cox Show Instagram hotties are up there for you as well, up to volume 17. There will be a new feature premiering very soon.
Yes, next Monday.
Attached to the Instagram hotties. What will that be?
I'm going to do interviews with the Instagram hotties, and they're going to be on the Bill Squire Show podcast.
Hey, it's called Behind the Cleavage.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
Right? Is that what it's called?
I don't know. It can be that. Bob, Coates, get on it.
So look for that. The latest Poundcake is there as well. It's called Stay Yo Ass Home. Poundcake gives of himself in written form, and then you read it, right? A little peek behind the curtain. Poundcake, a little layer pulled off the onion, as it were.
By the way, in the last break, the 19-year-old that I slept with before quarantine, he hit me up. I'm like, Jesus, you will not be tempting me.
Good for you.
And what did he say?
Nothing. He's just like, how you
Hey,
been?
still straight.
Is he home from New York?
He wasn't straight. He doesn't live in New York. He just visited.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, okay, got it.
So he went to visit New York right before the outbreak. And so I assumed, I didn't check on him, so I was hoping he was okay.
And what did he have to say?
Well, I said, I'm glad you didn't catch the Rona. He said, haha, yeah, I just been finishing school from home. And he was like, and now I'm just ready to go out into the real world and make money.
Such a 19-year-old thing to say.
I know.
It's so sweet. Well, no, I'm all for changing the world, but I'm ready to go out and make some money.
Well, he finished one semester.
It's adorable. Huh?
He finished one semester.
Of college?
Yeah, he's only 19.
Okay, I don't know. How old are you when you're in... Were you a freshman when you were 19?
Yeah, that's freshman or maybe sophomore year.
Yeah,
if you're
okay.
really young, but yeah.
So he's got 3 more years to go.
Yeah, so I think he's just...
Where is he going?
Summer job. I'm not about to give it away.
We don't know who you're talking about. Where does he go to school?
And colleges have tens of thousands of people.
Cleveland State. He goes to Cleveland State.
Okay.
And he thinks he's going to go make money?
He's going to...
Well, he thinks he's going to go make money now.
Right.
Like
what is he studying?
I don't even
Other
remember.
than yo ass.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, okay. Well, listen, there's nothing wrong with optimism. Mm-hmm. We need it more than ever, right? There's nothing wrong with motivation, wherever that takes you. God bless. I'd rather hear somebody going, I'm ready. I don't know what that means when you're a freshman, but, some people, they can't wait to get out there and start making a change in the world.
That was not me. Freshman year of college, I was like, oh, college is going to last forever. Like, this is going to, 5 years? Or 4 years.
5 years.
4 years.
Freudian slip from Poundcake there. I told my son when I dropped him off at Michigan State, his freshman year, of course, was cut short, as a lot of people's were. But I told him, I said, this will be the fastest 4 years of your life. So have fun, be safe, just
enjoy
keep your head on the swivel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It will go so fast.
It really did.
Even with all the stuff of people studying at home, it's still going to go fast.
Yeah.
I know this feels like a drag and a slog, but college goes so fast. That's why some people never want to leave. Just remember, every professor that you had in college was a person who never wanted to leave college. That's a person who was like, this is great, I'm never leaving.
I'll teach the young
guys.
guys.
You get tenure or whatever, and then you got a gig, ostensibly a gig for life. It's kind of like being a Supreme Court justice once you get tenure. But every person, I mean like full-time faculty. I don't mean like adjunct professors and things like that, people that have like other gigs and they teach on the side. Like full-on college professors. Those are people who said to themselves, man, why do I want to leave this? I want to be ensconced in the halls of academia. I want to stay in this bubble for the rest of my life. You can make a good living depending on what you teach.
When I was doing education for half a semester that I was, or a semester that I was in it, I switched my major from high school to college for math education because I was like, I don't want to deal with teenagers. That was the only reason I switched over to wanting to teach college courses. Because
but you're still dealing with teens the first couple of years of college.
But for them,
you mean high school teens?
I didn't want to deal with 14-year-olds.
There's a huge difference between a 19-year-old and a 13-year-old,
right?
Though.
So that was when I was getting more into my education classes. I was like, I got to switch my focus, man, because they're like, part of it is obviously teaching you how to deal with children.
Yep.
Like these are the issues you're going to run into, and I'm like, wow, there's different issues in college, and I get that, but you're still kind of talking to adults more so than
they're closer to adulthood,
right?
And they're more responsible for what you don't have to baby them the way you do.
I don't have to deal with a whole lot of
14-year-old, yeah,
home life issues, and I mean you do, but not the same kind of a thing. So. That was why I switched over, and then I dropped out anyway. But
yeah.
You know, the funniest thing that I found out is professors usually date students from other colleges.
That was so funny.
Well, that's what I found out.
Well, that's so they don't get in trouble at home. You don't crap where you eat.
I know, but like...
I had my roommate in college dated.
Why is that so funny?
The way that he reacted almost made water come out of my nose. Almost.
The way he set it up. So he says, the funniest thing.
The funniest thing he learned was that professors date students from other colleges?
Yeah, so then when he says the funniest thing...
I thought that was standard operating procedure.
I meant funny weird, not funny haha.
Okay. Well,
you were leaning into it.
I got a good chortle out of it.
Chortle?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, found that out.
Listen, sometimes you're going to get a chortle.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right.
Because I would meet up with my friends from Kent, and they're like, oh, we're going to bring, Bart. I'm like, who's Bart? Sounds like an old man name.
Bart!
And then I was like, wait a minute, don't you teach civics? I'm like, he was like, well, this isn't my school, so I'm just Bart here. I'm like, okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm just Bart.
Chortle.
Right.
You don't know the word chortle?
I've never heard that word.
Laugh in a breathy, gleeful way.
Oh.
Yeah, like a guffaw. Is it short of a guffaw? Yeah.
I know a guffaw.
Guy goes, no, you misunderstood me. I teach civets. You know those cats that poop coffee? I teach them. I'm a veterinarian academic. I believe that's a field. By the way, I think that it's probably smarter if you're going to dip into the student pool to do it at another university.
Oh, yeah.
But
No,
a lot
smart.
of people don't do that, and that's why they get in trouble.
My roommate in
is
college.
because it's proximity. And
It's
you
a
go,
loophole.
hey, she's cute.
My roommate in college was banging her professor, and our other roommate didn't like it. He would come over to our house, and they'd go hook up, and then they'd
that'd be
leave in
weird.
between classes.
The
and
guy
stuff.
came over to the... Oh,
That's where they'd bang.
You got to find a neutral
risky.
territory,
Yeah,
man.
Well,
place.
our other roommate was not for this. She's like, this is right. I mean, he was only the professor was 25,
Sure.
and we were 22. So it's
Yeah.
not really it was our last year, whatever. The one time our roommate put honey in his shoes and then left. She put him coated, emptied an entire bottle of honey into this guy's shoes.
What kind of shoes?
I don't know. Oh, Bill.
Steve
I don't
Madden's,
know.
don't worry
bad.
about it.
All right.
But it was one of those where dude, come on. I mean, we get it. And she's like, I don't feel safe with him here. And blah, blah, blah.
That would be the first and last time I would go to the chick's house.
Oh,
I'd be
yeah, it was
hey,
over after that.
If this is going to be worth it, we're coming to... You're like Donald Sutherland in Animal House. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You don't need that.
Total creep.
Hey, I've got some good news. We could all use some good news around these parts. Dick Goddard's daughter said that he is awake, he is stable, he's doing better. Last week, it sounded like
He was on death's door.
Dick Goddard was at death's door, on his deathbed at death's door. There was a bed, there was a door, and he was on it and near it.
A lot of death.
And now she's saying that she hopes to have him home this week.
90% chance of relief.
So there you go. There's great news from the Goddard camp.
I sent you guys a screenshot. My dad texted me. I told you, Dick Goddard, I was in love with him as a kid.
Yes.
My dad texted me over the weekend
Your
and
first
was
celebrity crush.
Yeah. My dad texted me over the weekend and was like, hey, your boy Dick Goddard's not doing well. I don't know if you've heard this or not. Your boyfriend Dick Goddard. And I was like, I know, I'm so sad. And he's like, I know he was your first true love. So I just wanted to check in and make sure you're doing okay.
Yeah.
Man, that's pretty cool that your dad knows you that well.
Well, I was a little kid. He still lived there then. He was around.
He's gonna
yeah, but I'm
remember
saying
that.
my dad, we always lived together.
He didn't know who your first celebrity crush was?
I don't think he probably couldn't name two of my friends.
But that's dad and son.
Yes.
Dad and daughter is a very different thing.
Yeah, because I
Dad
was
and son
all
are supposed to be
blushy
closer.
and like, oh my God, this isn't. I mean, you probably would take notice of that with your daughter, don't you? And it's a local TV guy. So we didn't have cable.
I'm a lot closer to my daughters than I am with my dad.
Right.
Like my kids, we have a closer relationship. I know what's going on more with them.
Also-
because he was always he would work and then do what he wanted
He's
to
your
do,
dad.
and then talk to us about church. And
Yeah, he's your dad.
Yeah.
I was a child excited to watch the news every night. So that's probably a strange thing that'll pop out to
Because
you, too.
Dick Goddard was on there.
Because Dick Goddard was
Gonna
on
tell
there.
you what the weather was. It's amazing that you didn't become a meteorologist.
No, I didn't want to do
Following
what
his
he
footsteps.
did.
You just love the
Look
way
at him.
he did what he did.
Yes.
All my
I got you.
family members are in a group chat. Well, all the siblings are in a group chat talking about my sister works for my dad, so she's there at his office, and he's going on about how COVID-19 is a scam and blah blah blah, all this stuff, and she's like, "Can somebody help me with
Now,
this
what
guy?"
does I try to not be quick to come to conclusions about people, so I try to be more curious.
Yeah.
What does he mean by that? Because there's 100,000 dead people from it, so it's fundamentally not a scam. What does he mean by that?
Conspiracy theorist.
And which conspiracy gets most of his attention?
I don't even know which one. I just know he doesn't think it's as serious or it's always the liberals are up to something kind of thing where he's not even a Trump guy. He's just a conspiracy, and he's like I would say
he's an older white guy.
He's more of a libertarian than anything.
You know what I don't understand?
So he's really into that stuff.
Yeah. Libertarians are people who don't want to call themselves Republicans.
Right. Well, he hasn't. If he got into, I mean, we talked about it before. He's like into the John Birch Society. He's just real deep.
He thinks generally it's all overblown. He's not like an Illuminati guy. He's like, I think people are making too big of a deal about this.
I don't know exactly what. He's just saying it's not a big deal.
Okay.
And the reason that they're doing this is, some sort of thing that the liberals are doing to try to destabilize the world.
By the way, he knows that the liberals are not currently in power, correct?
It's not. It doesn't matter.
They're not running the government. Okay. I just want to
there's no. He finds science that is like straw man theories and situations like that. Very into the old confirmation bias, where he goes, "Well, I'm going to believe in this stuff that goes along with what I believe." And then everything else that doesn't go with that, I'm just going to throw away.
Because he knows that science is also apolitical, right? Like science doesn't care what your political beliefs are.
He also throws away science all the time. Where it's maddening because that's why you can't argue with him. That's why there's no point.
I understand.
So my idea to get my sister to change his mind about this is to say everything that he's saying, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama agree with him 100%.
But Dad,
then he would change his mind.
And then
he would change his mind. Yeah.
I think it's funny though because I'm never I don't care about changing someone's mind. Right. I go, here's what is. Mm-hmm. Here are the facts, and do with them. If you want to twist them or turn them or whatever. But I have no interest in changing anyone's mind because who cares, right?
And you're probably not going to. I feel like it's wasted effort.
Probably not going to, I guess.
Well, she doesn't even care about changing his mind. She just wants him to shut up.
I got you. She works
that's what she wants. Yep. And she's asking things like, or he's asking her things like, well, are you afraid of getting this virus? And she's like, yes. And then he's like, well, why? Or you think your blood's going to clot or whatever, these side effects are? Well, there's a side effect that happens to people around my sister's age, around 35. People, like my age too. Or was it? It's
right, but he is aware, though. I mean, what he mentions is true, but he is also aware that the risk factors for his age group are vastly higher than anyone else. I mean, it's not only killing people over 65, but the mortality rate for people who are older is much higher. You are much more likely to get So it's not like nothing happens. Everybody goes, well, there's a 17-year-old kid, there's a 23-year-old woman. Yes, that is true, but far and away. Big data wise, you're way more. That's why I'm most fascinated by like old people who are adamant against the whole thing, right? And not all of them. Some of them go, look, I know I'm not feeling great, or I'm prone to things, so I'm going to wear a mask. Right. And other people are like, you're not going to tell. And I go, okay, this isn't for me. This is for you. So cool. You do whatever you want to do.
So,
but
she says, the blood clotting that people my age are experiencing from it is very real and it's very scary to me. And then he said, but it's not like there are any scientists saying they are correlated. And she's like, well, they are. They're absolutely correlated. And so she just said, head to desk. She can't deal with them anymore.
Last night, Gwen goes, did Ryan Seacrest have a stroke? She goes, people are all over social media saying that Ryan Seacrest, they're doing American Idol from their homes. American Idol is on, I guess.
The finale was last night.
Okay. So Katy Perry's in her house, and
Luke Bryan's
the Hill
in
Rod. Yeah, he's there.
The Hill Rod.
Yeah, whatever his name is.
Luke Bryan.
And who else? Who's still on that show? Lionel Richie, okay. And I guess Ryan Seacrest I don't know if he forgot what he was going to say, and so it starts going around, oh my God, he got to... and so Gwen shows it to me. I go, I don't know. He just looks like he's tired. And of course, his people go, he's just tired.
Yeah.
Right?
Stressed out.
It was just like a Darrison Bertation, I think, that he had on the show.
Cynthia Erivo and the top 11 right there. You can catch her playing Aretha Franklin on the National Geographic Limited series Genius Aretha, premiering this fall.
He's trying to read something and he lost his place. They're doing screen caps. They're like, but his left eye looks weird. I'm like, you guys are more concerned about whether or not Ryan Seacrest had a stroke on American Idol than you are of what's going on around you or outside. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
I enjoy people's priorities very, very much.
Well, he never messes up, so it's kind of a compliment.
He never messes up?
He really never messes up, except when he tried to high five
the blind guy.
Yeah. Which is,
the NOLAN emerges RN while the university or the UN mission as whole received support from all parties in the hues of the Garvins of today. Excuse me.
I mean, he didn't have a hues of the Garvins moment. He's just lost his place.
I just called in just running some, just getting in there.
That's right. That was Lionel Richie from the American Idol finale, and nobody gave him a hard time.
Katy Perry's about to pop.
Yeah, she is. I'm about to pop when I see Katy Perry.
Even pregnant.
Oof. Here's a letter from Linda.
Okay, Linda.
Okay?
Linda!
I know Mary thinks her salon did everything to keep everybody safe, but the fact that they were blow-drying hair tells me that they're not. This might veer into the territory of too cautious. I don't know, okay? My salon will not blow-dry hair, as they want to reduce the amount of airflow as much as possible.
Oh, my God.
You got to wash your hair. This sounds like a lot of work. I mean, I guess out of abundance of caution, AOC, if you will, this is one way that a salon's doing this. You have to wash your hair the day before your appointment. If they normally do a dry cut at the end, they'll do the cut first before the color. They'll flat iron, then do the cut. They have a whole page of rules, but one of the biggest things is no blow drying. Weren't there just salons that would do blowouts for a while? They were like just blowout salons,
You go
right?
get your hair, essentially washed and styled.
Yeah, it was like a one-stop shop for if you want to get all blown out.
Yeah, yeah.
So she's like, I'd be concerned they're choosing to blow the germs around the salon. Again.
But doesn't the heat from the blow dryer kill the germ?
Well, I know when
That's why people are putting it up their nose.
Yeah, early on when I was blow drying my nose hairs, just so that I wouldn't get the Rona. Again, I feel like that might be a little far way.
That's pretty far one way.
One way? I don't know. But that's the problem, because there's been no consistent guidance. Nobody knows.
That's the
Everybody's
thing
confused.
is that nobody knows. So
But
it's
that's
okay
why-
to have differing opinions, but to say something like your blow dryers are going to spread around a disease is ridiculous.
Well, that's why you don't sit still, because then you just keep dodging.
That's right.
You're like George Bush when they're throwing shoes at him. Just
That's
like,
right.
Bam, bam, you ain't getting me.
Yeah. You missed me, bitch. But also, it's one of those things where the science sounds like it could work.
It sounds like science, yeah.
It sounds like science, but you're not going to get me with that.
It sounds science-ish, but I don't know how. But you also have to manage risk. So you go, okay, there's a 5% chance that could be the case, which means 95% it's not.
Blow around the germs.
Blow around the germs, which that's what they've been saying. They go, hey, it could be airborne. It could be, that's where the masks and the sneezing.
Yeah. I'm going to take I'm going to go ahead and say that that's probably not the case.
But the long and the short of it is, after our little exchange yesterday, you getting your hair done, the messaging I got from people was basically split down the middle.
Right.
Half of them was Alan's being a dick. The other half is, like you said, Mary's going to kill us all.
Right. Well, here's my thing.
Truth is usually in the middle.
Something that came to mind.
Actually, the truth is I am a dick. I'm very outspoken about it, right?
You weren't being a dick. You were being a little, I hope nothing happens. Like you poisoned my drink. I hope you don't get sick from eating this meal. You know what I mean?
I hope I don't.
No, I totally understand that. But in another
hope no one
defense,
here does.
I hope so too. In another defense, wouldn't it have been better that I did it now when there were less people in that salon to begin with? So they had only been open for 2 days. Each person, she said, can only fit in 3 or 4 appointments a day.
Yeah.
Whereas if I would have waited 3 weeks, and there would have been a couple hundred people that have come through the door.
I haven't even checked with my girl to see if she's working again. I assume that they are. I go over to Charles Scott. I assume. I haven't checked in with her. I don't know.
Yeah. I feel safe about what I did.
I understand.
So I don't.
I know you do.
But it's not about you. We could go back and forth on it all day. It's just we have differing opinions.
Now we just got to wait and
it.
see who dies.
Wait and see who dies.
That's right.
Could be me. Could
What
be
if
Cody.
the Ouija board was wrong the whole time? What if...
I can go get it.
Huh? No. I mean, the Ouija board told us a while ago that Poundcake was going to die at 35. What if...
Might be sooner.
Right. Or not you at all. It didn't take into account, ironically, that Ouija did not take the Rona into account.
Mm-hmm.
It's not infallible. It just tells you one future that it sees.
Are you
and
telling
in this
me?
world, it saw Poundcake shuffling off this mortal coil before 40.
Yes, and the timeline may have changed since then. So
That's
we
right.
don't know. But Milton Bradley is rarely wrong. And
The ball player?
The game maker that made the Ouija board that Mary's afraid of.
Yeah.
Just I don't want to touch it.
Just because you don't want to touch a piece of plastic, Bill, doesn't mean you're afraid of it.
Thank you.
It doesn't mean that planchette doesn't keep you awake at night, exerting undue influence over your life, over your dreams, over your nocturnal emissions.
So she's not afraid of it. You just don't want to touch it.
Yeah.
Because
It's like men. Well, no, I'm pretty
Like I
afraid of
said,
men.
priorities. It's interesting to me that you've shown more caution with a Ouija board than at the salon.
I had an abundance of caution at the salon. Had I gone in just spitting into fans like this lady who thinks that the hair dryers
Spitting
work.
into fans! Hey, Patooey, get over here. Where's my girl?
Blow the germs around.
Yeah, that's right.
No.
Hey, sit me right next to this 85-year-old lady getting her hair set, all right?
I'll tell her
I bet there were
secrets
no-
into her mouth.
Were there any old women in
No.
this? I was going to say.
The oldest woman, she was probably in her mid-40s. And then
Yeah.
there was myself, her, and then it was just the two of us for a while. And then when I was getting ready to leave, another girl around my age came in.
Yeah,
Was there a lot of
mid-40s, so
chatter?
super young.
Yeah, super
Yeah.
young. The youngest.
was there a lot of chatter going on?
No.
Everybody was just like dead quiet.
Right. And the other thing, when you're like, you had a girl hovering over your hair for 2.5 hours, as someone who's had your hair done, you know they're not working on it for the full time. They work on it for about a half hour. You sit for a half hour.
You don't know what I had to have
they
done to my
wash it.
hair. You don't know. You don't know how extensive the work
2
was.
hours
to get cornrows.
straight. They're
That's right.
You'd get
dyeing
cornrows,
individual
and
strands.
They would braid it all into like designs and stuff.
It's not my fault that Fantastic Voyage was such a huge hit.
Hey, I don't know, man.
All right. I've got a break. I'm late here. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning.
816-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 to get in here. 35192 to shoot me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. I got the Instagram hotties there for you. The new Poundcake, of course, you can watch live. Tribe Baseball tonight. We are closing in on the, we're closer to the end than the beginning, the 22-game win streak from the 2017 season. The days are waning. Game 16 tonight against Cal Ripken and the Baltimore Orioles. The Iron Man is what they called him, Bill. And the Indians win. Nevertheless, you will hear Tribe Baseball here on MMS each night at 7 o'clock through Memorial Day. I was thinking they started the Baltimore series last night. I think last night they wrapped the White Sox series, the mighty, mighty Chicago White Sox, who were swept by the even mightier Cleveland Indians. And so tonight, 7 o'clock, Earl Weaver and the Baltimore Orioles against whoever was on the Indians in 2017. You can still throw in on the Tribe's 50-50 raffle, by the way. That's brought to you by MMS and Sports Time Ohio. Tribe5050.com. That is to benefit the Indians' youth charities throughout Northeast Ohio. So all of it tonight in MMS, brought to you by Discount Drug Mart. Andre the Giant came up in conversation on the show a couple of weeks ago. I don't remember what the context was.
He was a drunk.
He was a drunk, and there is a documentary on him. He was, that's right. I don't know that he was a drunk. He could put away heroic amounts of alcohol.
2 cases of beer, yeah.
Yeah, wine and things. He would have been 74 years old today. Who wouldn't love to see a 74-year-old Andre the Giant? He probably would have been less giant, maybe a bit more shrunken.
I would love to, and I mean it.
He would have had a liver like beef jerky, probably. But he died 27 years ago. He was 46. And I like one of his quotes, words of wisdom from Andre the Giant. He said, "I don't like to speak badly of people. I've grown up thinking and being told that if you cannot say something nice about someone, you should not say anything at all. But I must break that rule in this case because I hate Hulk Hogan very much. He is a big, ugly goon, and I want to squash his face." I don't know if he actually said that. That quote was attributed to him, but I like it. It means that no matter how strong your convictions are, no matter how you were raised, or how you've come to create yourself as a person, there's always a couple of buttons that can still be pushed.
Oh, yeah.
And for Andre, the Hulk Hogan showing up in the Bulls documentary, by the way.
The Last Dance, when
Rodman tipped out
to
be part of NWO during the finals.
Yeah, during the finals, he goes to, I think that one was in Vegas. Goes to Vegas, is on NWO with the WCW Nitro.
Yeah.
And it's just ridiculous. Nobody could ever be, like, that whole situation was such a perfect storm for Dennis Rodman to be exactly who he could be. He couldn't have done that in the 80s. He couldn't have done it in the modern era. It had to be then.
Yeah, he kind of, Phil Jackson, let him be Dennis Rodman.
Right. And that was nice because it was entertaining.
He gets...
and no one got hurt, really.
Gets a paid $250,000 to go to Vegas. NBA fines him $20,000.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm doing fine. This is okay. He's porking Carmen Electra in every nook and cranny of the United Center along the way.
Wait a minute.
And not just her. He's hitting... he's getting lots and lots of women all through it.
He got paid $250,000 to go to the wrestling thing, and then the NBA fined him $20 million
for missing
$20,000.
$20,000. Yeah. Okay, I was like,
a $20 million fine.
I was like, that's so much money.
That conversely would make him the worst businessman.
That's why I was a little confused.
Yeah, no, $20,000 was the fine, I think, for missing practice.
Or he missed the practice.
Yeah,
yeah.
And they're kind of like, so are you mad at Dennis? And Phil Jackson's like, yeah, I'm not happy about it. What am I going to do? Dennis is Dennis.
Mm-hmm.
And the reporters are like, are you mad that it's taken the focus off Game 5 or whatever? And he goes, no, you guys are taking the focus off Game 5. We're focused on winning. And then Rodman goes out and murders.
Yeah.
So it's like whatever you, and Mary's personal friend, by the way, Dennis Rodman.
Yes.
Mary, the only one on the
mine.
show who has partied with Dennis Rodman.
2 straight days, missed a show because of it.
Partied with Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
Right? She was Cleveland's own Carmen Electra.
That was a hate it. We did not.
I realize
we did not sleep together.
I realize young Tara Patrick is originally from Ohio. Maybe from the Dayton area, I think.
Yeah.
So as much as she wanted to get the hell out.
Carmen Electra's so hot.
I think she is pretty hot, isn't she?
Yes.
She's very hot. There was always this, like back in the Kazaa days when you were downloading porn, there was a movie called The Chosen One. And you get like scenes from it, and it was her movie, and it was like a softcore porn where she would do like a lot of writhing with her boobs out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. It was so good.
She is from a town called Sharonville, Ohio, which is about 20 minutes north of Cincinnati. It's about maybe 15,000 people there. But yeah, I think that she's super cute. And she's stayed cute, right?
A lot of sheer fabric getting dragged over her body and that real foggy filter.
She had
she was a Prince protege.
She had like a striptease workout video, I feel like.
I'm sure she did.
And I was in high school, and my high school sweetheart, he had friends who were a couple years older than us. So we went over to like their house, and the boys were playing video games, and I was like maybe 14. Me and the senior girl who's like 17 or 18 were doing like this workout striptease dance video in the basement while the boys were upstairs playing video games.
I've also seen that video. Never worked out to it.
That's all of my experience with Carmen Electra.
She graduated from the Barbizon Modeling and Acting School.
I thought that school was a scam.
I think it is. I didn't know that you could graduate from it, but whatever. Her first professional gig was dancing at Kings Island. And then she so wanted to be in showbiz that she moved to Minneapolis.
Yes.
To become a Prince protege. The hub, one of the Twin Cities.
What does that mean to be a Prince protege? Can you sing? Can you dance?
He took her under his wing, right? Like Apollonia before her, like Vanity. You know, there was precedent for these women who Prince saw and was like, hey, you're hot, you're about my height, let's do something. And so he had
you're about my height when I'm wearing heels.
He had Apollonia, who was in Purple Rain.
Yes.
Unbelievably foxy.
So hot.
That's not Lake Minnetonka. And then he had Vanity, who has since passed away. Because, you know, he'd find these girls. I don't think Carmen Electra was like a drug addict or anything, but he'd find these women who kind of had some soft spots. And he'd try to mold them into someone that he'd put out an album with them, you know. I don't think in any predatory kind of way. He just kind of there was a certain kind of girl he was looking for. I remember when Vanity 6 had videos on MTV. When Apollonia 6, I think they used the same number.
Leonard 6?
Leonard Part 6. Bill Cosby was a Prince protege.
That's right.
Yeah. Rest with the chin, I gotta take my clothes off and dance and shake my ass. He didn't want to do any of that stuff, right?
What was his vehicle in Leonard Part 6?
It was a purple motorcycle, and take the drugs and bend over. That kind of thing. I believe
it was an ostrich.
I never saw Leonard Part 6.
I didn't either, but
I think
remember,
that I'm all the better for it.
And I just remember the trailer.
He rode an ostrich?
Yeah, I believe he did.
Prince got mad because he saw me riding an ostrich. So, Carmen Electra's on Baywatch, I think, you know. She's had a pretty good career. A better career than Vanity's in that she is still alive.
Yes.
But boy, when Apollonia comes out of Lake Minnetonka. Yeah. And Apollonia 6, I think, wasn't that in Purple Rain where she does Sex Shooter and the whole thing?
I don't know. I haven't watched that movie since he died.
Since he died?
Yeah.
I watch Purple Rain religiously. I mean, literally, during Lent. I watch it every day during Lent.
Sunday.
Every day during Lent. 1984. Clarence Williams III.
Who's that?
Plays the dad. He was in the Mod Squad back in the day. He was in the movie Deep Cover, one of my favorite films of all time. Jeff Goldblum, the former Lawrence Fishburne. Sorry, he was still Larry Fishburne. Pre-Matrix. Deep Cover. Great film. Right? Crooked lawyers, drug dealers. But Carmen Electra grew up in the Cincinnati Public School District, got herself all the way to Dennis Rodman's crotch, and then Dave Navarro, And she's still, I don't know that she's ever found her guy.
Maybe she will one day.
Yeah. I mean, she and Dave Navarro were married for a few years. I know she was engaged to some dude who was playing with Filter for a while. So she's got a type. But she's still lovely. She's my age. And she looks great.
She does look great.
Looks better at 48 than I do.
I agree.
Thank you.
I would much rather have sex with her than you.
Bill, you've never seen me have sex. Don't speak too soon. Don't speak too soon.
Well, you do have a certain thing.
I've got a je ne sais quoi.
Yeah.
That's hard to put your finger on. Easier to put your finger in.
I'm thinking more about your, you have a gift.
She's hot, man.
Oh, that gift?
Alan Cox. Super sperm.
Yeah, but how's that going to benefit you?
If I get a little bit of it, I can save it and then sell it on the black market.
Alan Cox. Super sperm.
I think you meant white market, but I take your point.
You want a wise-ass kid? I got just the stuff for you.
There you go. Alan, I was at Kings Island in 1987. I wonder if Carmen Electra was there. I think maybe more early 90s. She started, yes, in 1990 as a dancer at Kings Island in the show It's Magic. And then she moved to Minneapolis.
Those shows at theme parks make me so happy because they're so corny.
But they're also people who desperately want something to come from that.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's for people who I want to perform.
Oh, they're performing hard, too.
Yeah, here's a way for me to perform. But it's almost like a parody of when they would do 70s variety shows when they get done singing and dancing. They'd all stand there breathing real heavy. It's like one of those,
I'm just all excited about
Next
it.
show in 15 minutes.
At Cedar Point, they have a Western thing going on.
Yes.
In Frontierland or whatever.
Yeah, Frontierland. And it was the only place, we were there for a station event, and it was air conditioning there. And we had gone on all the rides already. We had a bunch of drink tickets, and there was a bunch of free food that we got. So we're just full, and we had a bunch of beer, and we're just let's just go sit down for a while.
I was doing my best to stay in the back so they did not notice me, and they brought me up on stage.
When they brought you up on stage?
No. I was doing my best to not go go unnoticed.
I
so
see.
they didn't bring me up on stage.
He didn't get brought up on stage.
But this was when you guys were doing the thing.
Yeah. But we were just sitting in there, and I was just loving it. Just enjoying. I think I watched it because it was only 15 or 20 minutes long. And so we were just in there. We'd take breaks and go back in there just to get in the air conditioning and cool off a little bit because it was one of those, it was July 8th or something.
Yeah.
So hot. And I had it memorized by now. And they had recognized me being in there. And they also kind of recognized that I was drunk. So they're like, don't pick that guy. He's going to ruin the show.
But those are also people who...
they were good, though.
Yeah, because they want that for the resume.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, I spent a summer... I was at Disneyland. I did Cedar Point. I did, these are the shows I did.
Yeah, they're singers and dancers.
Yeah.
And they were all very good.
It's like their summer stock.
They're funny.
I can't help but I like to make up stories of the group dynamic. Where
Oh,
there's those two are so banging. Look at them. Look at the sexual tension. She's playing the piano with her shoulder up, and he's like
Kitty from
strumming
Gunsmoke.
away. Oh yeah,
He's got the
for
garters
sure.
on. Yeah.
And the one dude
What
who's
a cool thing to do to people you don't know.
What, make up stories?
To assume that there's sexual tension between them.
Oh yeah, it is pretty funny. No, but that's. I mean, I'm never gonna see those people again. It's just something fun to do while I'm eating whatever my French fries. I'm like,
I know.
Look at that
fun.
trumpeter putting his heart into it. He's so mad he's not the front guy.
Yeah.
He wishes.
I'm gonna get from back here to up there if it kills me. I'm gonna practice this trombone every night, and it's because it's kids from all over.
Yeah.
So you've got the Finnish kid, right,
on the cello,
where he's got his eyes on the girl from Iowa.
Yeah.
Who's in town for the summer. And then there's the girl from Poundcake's home country. Zimbabwe, who I was thinking Swaziland, but I knew that wasn't right. From Zimbabwe.
Those places are just...
Who's just happy to be there.
So incestful. Everybody's banging everybody.
Incestful.
Everybody's
That's
banging
a Poundcake
everybody.
word. Yeah.
Incestuous.
There you go.
I got you.
I like incestful.
Let me say it wrong, and then I'll be like, that doesn't sound right, and then I'll try again.
Right. At Cedar Point, you're not fully clean until you're incestfully clean.
I think that's actually a category on Pornhub.
Incestful?
Incestful.
Maybe.
Stepmom gets stuck in the dryer.
Oh,
I love
she's
that
always
one.
stuck in there.
Oh, God.
She can't get it right.
No, but what I love about being stuck in the dryer is there's no part of her that's stuck in the dryer.
Her hand, her arm.
No.
Her bra got stuck on something, and then he's
just
going
her
to try
head.
and help her. Yeah.
Her shoulders aren't in there. Somehow she just can't get her head out of the dryer.
Mm-hmm. And the way the stepson figures out how to help her is by putting it in her.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Loosens things
Hey,
right
do you
up.
need help? I do. Could you get me out of here? Yes, but it becomes transactional very quickly. He goes, I'd love to help you.
What are you gonna do for me?
Right, but first, I've got a key for your lock. And she goes, oh, what are you doing? What if your dad comes home? Oops, oops. And the whole time you're going, because they've got the inside the dryer cam and then the outside the dryer cam.
This.
You don't want to.
I'll send you a link.
I don't need to.
It defies the laws of physics. You go, she's not stuck. And how frequently?
It really takes you out of it, doesn't it?
Well, stepmom. Here's how I approach that genre.
Mm-hmm.
First, I look for a scene in which the woman is truly stuck.
Okay.
She's not stuck in a dryer. She's not stuck in a windowsill. It's too big, right?
Maybe
stuck
she's
under a table. Maybe she's now.
I saw that one.
Then
She
you
was
go.
not stuck.
Then you go
under a chair.
How the hell would a woman get stuck under a table?
Cleaning nude, Alan.
She's not nude. You could just stand up and push the table off of you, right? So, listen, I understand pornography is largely supposed to be fantasy, but the best things have a kernel of truth. People know this in comedy. The funniest things have a kernel of truth. They don't have to be made up out of whole cloth. So if you're going to tell me that the stepmom is stuck in the dryer, you better wedge that bitch into a dryer.
Well, at least most of her.
Mm-hmm.
Some of her.
Yeah.
So yeah, does that take me out of it? Yeah, it does.
And the clothes never end up getting washed and dried.
Were there clothes in the dryer to begin with? Like when they're done, do you see
supposed
clothes
to
in the
be.
dryer?
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
who wants to
they're
get
not-
banged next to a pile of wet socks? Not me.
No.
I'm sure.
Frankly,
I'm sure there's someone.
That's the
I'm sure
thing.
there's someone. Like, yeah, can you make sure those
Just put
socks
the
are nice
socks
and wet?
on my chest. That's
Do you need a
what I
Viagra or
My
something?
chest.
No, I need a pile of wet socks.
Just take the 2 socks, slap me with it. It's got to
There
be
you
wet.
go. It's got to be wet.
And I want to hear that. I want to hear that noise.
Or if you can't manage wet, at least sweaty.
Yeah.
Like I just came in from mowing the lawn in them.
Yes.
Yeah. So, first of all, it's very disrespectful to stepmothers everywhere, frankly. You know, because look at what we, in pop culture, look at the transition, right? You started with wicked stepmothers, and
Yeah.
you've transitioned into
Banging the kids.
stepmothers who are just having sex with their stepsons.
My friend texted and said that stuck in a tire swing is very possible, especially if you're a little bit busty. So that might be the best one to go with.
Where the hell are you going to find a tire swing? See, the scenarios...
My brother has a tire swing.
Yeah, my mom and dad do too. But I've never seen anyone get stuck in it.
Well, maybe you need to hang out with bustier girls.
Trust me, I've hung out with some busty lasses, right? I like them curvy. But I've never seen one get stuck in a tire swing.
Now, if they did, would it be a turn on?
No.
Or you don't know until you're in that situation.
Then again, I'm not a step parent, so I don't know. Maybe there's something inherent in the step parent.
But they got to be
works.
stuck.
I could get stuck in a tire swing.
Bill Squire gets...
I wish you would get stuck in a tire swing. That would be the best thing. I would not help you. I'd kick you. I'd film it.
Yeah. This one's called...
I'd probably throw eggs at you or something. Catch him in your mouth.
Catch him in his mouth.
Yeah.
This one's called Squire Swing. He's stuck. Well, anyway. Andre the Giant.
Yes.
Would have been 74 today. All right, I've got a break. If you want to give me a text, do that, 35192. You can find us at AlanCoxShow.com. Listen anywhere, of course, on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.6.
It showed up on Instagram. I can only assume that the Lido Lounge itself is closed.
It has to be.
I mean, there are strip clubs starting to open. I saw one, I'll tell you about it in more detail, but I saw one, masks on, clothes off.
All right.
Is how one's doing it. So the Squirrelito Lounge, grand opening, $5 cover, free parking, 4 squirrels, 1 chipmunk, and free peanuts. Please welcome the beautiful Chippy to the main stage. Fluffy is making her way to the VIP. Watch them shake their tails to your favorite song. Squirrels, 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 sung, of course, to Motley Crue's Girls, Girls, Girls. So, this is someone named Parker Warren on Instagram. And listen, there are some people who are taking their time in quarantine to create new and amazing things, and I think he's firmly in that camp. And then there are other people, I don't know what they're doing, right? The most creative among us are going to find ways to turn all of this into a net positive.
I do like the memes where it's like, you know how you said if you ever had time, you'd get good at something or you'd do something creative? Well, that was a lie, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't learn how to play guitar.
Yeah, you haven't done anything.
Some people did.
Some people did. Some people learned how to bake bread.
Yeah.
Some people have definitely taken advantage of this time.
Yeah.
And some people have just watched a lot of Netflix.
Yeah. So thank you to that person for making the Squirrelito Lounge.
I've gotten very good at Pop-A-Shot. That's what I've done with my quarantine time.
What are you up to now?
My high score right now is 172.
172. Okay.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I don't even know what I've done.
You've done every Zoom comedy show
I've
there
done
is.
every Zoom. I did 16 Zoom comedy shows in 10 days.
Yeah, so you've done stuff. You stayed busy.
I've stayed busy. I've
Yeah.
stayed plenty busy, yeah. I learned, I'm not learned how to cook, but I've cooked.
Been cooking, yeah.
I've been cooking a lot.
Yeah, you made a 700-calorie egg white omelet somehow.
Boy. Well,
somehow you made an egg white omelet that was 700 calories.
Well, ham. I'm not even going to Also ham.
And I cooked it with bacon grease, all right? Get off my ass.
No, but you also, like, when you're logging your calories and stuff, you have to put, like, you have to account for the olive oil you used, which is all fat and so many calories.
Right.
It's like 200 calories worth of, or 150 calories worth of olive oil. But yeah, I also put,
But you know, an egg white is about 20 calories.
well, I have the egg white container.
You came up with
100 calories.
680
Listen.
calories more.
Let me explain myself.
It was mostly ham.
It was mostly ham.
So it was a ham white omelet.
You know how there's like
It was an egg white hamlet, is what you're saying.
there's the crunch berries where it's like oops all berries.
Yeah.
She had the egg white omelet where it's oops all ham.
It was
Oops, all ham.
I have
And by
to-
oops, I mean that's what I intended to do.
All right. I bought too much ham. I accidentally...
325. I don't know where I'll use it.
I didn't want to go to the deli, so they just have like the spot where they have it already prepared.
Yep.
And they only had it in 1 pound increments.
Cubes?
No,
You had to
sliced.
slice it. Okay.
It was sliced. They only had it
Shaved.
Not shaved, sliced.
Okay.
And so I 1 pound was like the lowest, so 0.89 of a pound or whatever. So I bought that, and I
And
realized...
you put it all in one egg white
no,
omelet.
but I put probably 6 ounces in one.
It's like, damn, I don't want this to go bad. I better use it all now.
Well, that's what it is.
So this was a very lumpy egg white omelet.
It was really good.
It was all ham in there.
Ham, green peppers, red peppers, and
Yeah,
mushrooms.
Beautiful. Well, I don't like mushrooms, but you got me on all the other
Essentially a Denver omelet.
stuff. Okay.
But 100
And it was piled mile high with ham.
Yes, 125 calories of egg whites. I put avocado on top. Avocado's high in calories. I accidentally had 3 cups of grapes when I thought I had 1 cup of grapes.
Okay.
So, yeah. But it was mostly ham.
Mostly ham.
And it's a giant eagle maple ham, so it's got like that little bit of sweetness to
Oh,
it.
God. So
I
it's
love
glazed.
it.
It's like sugar ham.
It was so good.
Well, you got to post this. Did you post the recipe anywhere?
I did not. I can.
For those of you who are looking for Mary's cooking show is how to take things that are inherently healthy and balloon them
And just
into
binge
1,000-calorie meals. That's right.
The grapes are what threw me off. I knew I was putting a lot of ham in there, but then when I was like,
That's
it
the
says-
one. 326. I knew I was putting a lot of ham in there.
All right.
Come on. But what I thought was a small amount of grapes in a little clear glass dish
Yep.
about the size of maybe a baseball. And I thought, man, that's got to be 1 cup. And it was 3 cups. And that's like 200 calories right there.
Listen, I think we might have stumbled onto something. Let me rephrase that. I think I might have stumbled onto something.
What did you do?
You should absolutely do a cooking show where you take things that are pretty low in calories and balloon them into...
I didn't do it on purpose.
But now you should, right? Hi, guys. Today we're going to make a salad on its own. It would normally probably be a couple of hundred calories. I'm going to show you how to make a 2,500 calorie salad.
Cheese, bacon, ranch.
Yeah, in no time flat.
My salads are very
bears.
healthy.
Yeah.
Right. My salads are super healthy. The salads that I bring in here for lunch almost every day are like 150 calories, maybe
I got
200.
you.
That is turkey on it, not
Yeah.
ham.
You're saving all your points for those 700 calorie ham white omelets.
I really didn't think it was going to be that much, but I
Yeah.
did use a lot of ham.
Speaking of a lot of ham, kids are going ham down on Bolivar Island or Bolivar Peninsula. This is down by Galveston, Texas.
Oh, yeah,
where
I
they
saw
opened the
this.
beaches up. Do you see this? It was a
Mhm.
local television report. These people
were eating a lot of ham.
They were eating a lot
This
in
is-
quarantine.
these
I don't know what these
thick people.
I don't know what these girls looked like before. I have a feeling they were probably in the ballpark of this before. But it was one of the local, this was 12newsnow.com. I'm sorry, I'm being told that's 12newsnow.com.
Oh, 12 new snow, though.
Yeah. Informer. And so Galveston, Texas, and they are talking to people on the beach, plenty of them, and they're talking to local cops who basically have to say, we can't handle everyone who's out here. Yeah, we've arrested a lot of people. Please be cool. But otherwise, we are not equipped to arrest everyone who's, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And any beach community is going to have to deal with this. But the girls who were in here... They weren't doing a lot of push-ups in quarantine, I don't think. They were just waiting for the beaches to open.
After several weeks of being stuck inside.
I love this guy, too.
After several weeks.
Yeah.
What is that?
Guess his race.
Well, it's a black dude.
Oh.
But he has...
But he's leaning hard into the news voice.
Right. He has, like, my first small market gig TV voice.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, we're live
It is,
here.
yeah.
Right.
After several weeks.
Yeah.
After several weeks.
Right.
This is for his sizzle reel.
Yeah.
After several weeks of being stuck inside, thousands have flocked here to Bolivar Peninsula to make the most of their time while out.
Been in quarantine and I need to get out and party.
Oh boy.
This girl's spilling out of her bikini here. She's got like a hat on, a
And
braid.
not necessarily in the good way. Like there are a lot of like under parts.
Well, she's pretty juggy, but I mean that's kind of
That comes with the territory.
comes with the territory.
Go Topless Jeep Weekend.
Go topless
Go
Jeep
topless
weekend.
Jeep weekend.
Go topless.
Sounds like one of those punk rockers.
Like the guy in yellow card?
Or
how
like,
you-
slit my wrists and black my eyes.
Hawthorne Heights.
Yeah.
Easy.
Oh,
Slit my
sorry,
wrist and
emo
blow my
nerd.
eyes.
Some of us are missing emo night. All right, let us have it.
Yeah, tops off Jeep weekend is what these people are excited
Naked
about.
boobs?
And I got to tell you, as much, I'm not even going to go, callback, I'm not even going to go ham on these people because I'm envious.
Of what?
Just they're out. Not a care in the where they're like, whether or not this is dangerous. I'm sure some people will say yes, other people will say no. But they're out there and they're drinking and having fun in the beach. And I'm like,
Getting arrested in mass.
I'm not, well.
I need to get out and party. Woo!
Go Topless Jeep Weekend.
What's better than beach and a few drinks and Jeeps? Man, it can't get better than that.
In full swing at beaches.
I mean, there's a girl twerking in the water.
Oh, yeah.
They're
That's a lot
loving
of things
life.
better.
Even if they died, they would have this.
They had fun.
If any of us die, we're the suckers.
Well, my hair looks
we're like,
good, so-
God, I sat inside and I still
Open
died.
casket for Mary.
Make sure it's done.
Yeah.
on Bolivar Peninsula. This event comes at a time where beaches across the state are reopening following the coronavirus pandemic. And beachgoers like...
I love how they say following the coronavirus pandemic.
It's over.
Right.
It's like little things like that, even in the reporting, where they're like, following the coronavirus, now that that's all over, everybody's on the beach.
Chelsea Collier are still taking precautions to stay safe.
Wash them hands for 20 seconds and keep them clean with their Germ-X. Totally.
I have a feeling that girl flagged down the local news. They didn't just
Yeah.
stumble
Oh,
upon
no.
her and ask her if she could be on
God,
camera.
I'm just getting flashbacks. This is drunk merit. This is who I was. Not that I have to tell you guys that, but that was me. Just fat, drunk on a beach. I got everything for you. Come here. I'll tell you about it.
But you were living your best life, weren't you?
I was.
You were loving it.
I was loving it. I had red hair.
These people are in ATVs and Jeeps.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God bless it.
Last year's Go Topless event, chaos erupted. About 80 people.
Chaos erupted.
Oh, yeah.
They don't show chaos. Spoiler alert.
What?
They just show some people getting arrested.
People were arrested. 6 people were taken to the hospital. But this go-round, the Galveston County Sheriff's Office has enlisted the help of 40 DPS troopers.
Come down, have a good time. You have a good time, there's no issues. But when you start acting silly, like the sheriff said on the previous interview, we've got a jail that's got a whole lot of empty holes.
The sheriff's office have.
We got a jail that's got a whole lot of empty holes. How do you like that?
We got a beach full of empty holes, too.
Yeah! Not
he said holds.
Oh.
Oh, empty holds? Is that what he said?
Yes. Oh, I heard.
What is an empty hold? Oh, holding
like a
cell?
holding cell.
Oh, we got a lot of empty holds. It's all these weird voices intermingled. You got the stereotypical Texas sheriff, and then you got the guy who's trying to get out of this market and get somewhere bigger, but he's leading into this. You think the news director would go, ease off the throttle a little bit.
Yeah.
If you pay attention, they said last year there was chaos and there was 80 arrests. And this just started this year, and keep listening.
Have a good time. You have a good time, there's no issues. But when you start acting silly, like the sheriff said on the previous interview, we've got a jail that's got a whole lot of empty holes.
The sheriff's office have made at least 63 arrests so far in connection.
63 arrests.
63, so they're already close to last year's numbers, and there hasn't even been chaos yet.
Right. This is pre-chaos numbers.
Yeah, this is pre-chaos numbers.
We got a lot of empty holes. So it's like, a lot of places were preparing with beefing up their hospital bed capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Now that it's all over, they've got to transition to jail cell capacity.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing is when people are in jails, it doesn't present an opportune spot for the coronavirus to get spread.
Right. They're all in ADSEG.
Mm-hmm.
A Jeep weekend. As for the enforcement of social distancing, they say it's challenging to enforce.
I mean, you can't. It's not possible to do that on this beach with the amount of people that we have here. It's just, we can't do that.
The additional president.
He sounds so defeated.
Because he tried. Is defeated. Wait, I arrested 63 people. Like, I don't know what you want me to do.
And that's why it's funny where, like, whether you're one of these states that opened up way too early or you're a state that was a bit more measured like Ohio, the people in charge have to go, we hope that people will do the right thing. Politicians love to talk about how smart people are when people know dick, right? They're like, well, we're confident that people will be smart, please. So, they got to come out and go, we can't do anything about this.
Well, that's what it comes down to is just a matter of trust, really. It's like, do you trust the other people in your community to do it? And a lot of people don't. That's what it is.
No.
But a lot of people do. They're like, you're doing what you're supposed to do. I'll come hang out, People, the patios
law enforcement has been a welcoming sight for beachgoers, given the history of this event.
Law enforcement's definitely made their visitability and made people chill out and not be as crazy. The cops are doing their job as long as they don't be mean to people who are actually being innocent.
You mean black people?
I love this girl. But there's plenty of black people there. It's Texas. I mean, But as long as there's people who are being innocent.
They're not being mean to people who's being innocent.
Officer, I'm just over here being innocent.
I was just over here being innocent, and then all of a sudden this guy gets up in my face.
I'm over here batting my eyelashes being innocent.
Ruth, any thoughts on this whole
Ruth from Ozark,
situation?
your thoughts?
Here's the thing. I just don't think that it's necessary to be out gallivanting around and playing in the waves when there is a GD pandemic going on, okay? I just say keep your ass at home, stay away from me and my family, because the Langmores, we're known for more than that, okay? You want to know why it's going to Mizzou? We don't need you in here spreading the coronavirus when there's a national pandemic. I don't even know what the hell a pandemic is, but it seems serious. Stay your ass at home, to quote Poundcake.
Man, I'll tell you what, that is award-worthy performance.
It's on its way, but
Julia Garner, of course, plays the original on the show Ozark, and our own Mary Santora.
A national pandemic.
To her.
A national pandemic, yeah.
Embarking on her,
I would like to hear her in pro going to the beach.
Oh. It's a lot. Okay. She's a very worked up person.
Mm-hmm. And it's hard to mentally erase all the expletives.
Man, I want to drop F-bombs.
Think about the black newscaster and how he has to change his voice every day.
He has to.
I don't think this guy's changing. This guy's not code switching. This guy.
Please. As soon as that camera turns off, he's like, bro, I'm so sick of this. You stupid white people got me out here.
Listen, officer, I don't understand why I can't just be out here with my family. We brought a cooler. Everything is sanitized properly. Look, I got my Clorox wipes, so I don't understand what your problem is.
We're being innocent.
We're sitting here. I never did nothing wrong. My daddy's in jail, so we know he can't give us the coronavirus until he comes home. And then even then, I'm sorry, Daddy, I didn't mean it.
You think that TV reporter, by the way, ever forgets when he's talking to his friends, like, what are you guys doing tonight? Oh, sorry.
What's the move?
There have been a number of times where I've answered the phone and I'm like, Alan Cox, damn it. They're like, did you just think you were at work? I'm like, yes.
Wait, what's the difference?
Your cell phone?
He'll answer your cell phone.
I'll answer my cell phone.
Oh, your cell phone.
Wow.
I take you bitches home with me all the time.
I used to, when I screened calls, my first gig when I was an intern and ended up getting a producer job, I did that a couple of times. This was pre-cell phone, but a couple of times, like a dope, I would answer like my house phone like that.
I'll greet regular like Zoom audiences like I'm at a comedy club. I was like, hey guys, keep it going for your first comic. And I'm like, nobody's clapping. Nobody can hear. I can't hear anybody.
Yeah.
What am I doing
Everybody,
right
keep it
now?
going.
A welcoming sight for beachgoers, given the history of this event.
Law enforcement's definitely made their visitability and made people chill out and not be as crazy. The cops are doing their job as long as they don't be mean to people who are actually being innocent. Then I'm all gravy, baby.
And if you missed out,
all gravy, baby.
Nothing gravy. Nothing truer was said in this piece than I'm all gravy, baby.
On today's festivities, you can come out tomorrow, like the Galveston County Sheriff Office says, act responsible while having fun. Reporting today's festivities, you can come out tomorrow, like the Galveston County Sheriff Office says, act responsible while having fun. Reporting here from Bolivar Peninsula, Jordan James, 12 News.
Jordan James, I guarantee not his real name either. But, boy, good for him.
Act responsible while having...
He still said acts responsible, but he did it in the voice.
Acts
right?
responsible.
All right, when you're out here, acts responsible.
See, that's how he really talks. It bleeds through sometimes. He's like, ask your mama. Where you like,
no, but ax is ask, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he said like act.
Yeah.
Acts responsible. No. So it's like he was trying to. Anyway, good for him. He's out there, and he's that is News 12 out on Bolivar Peninsula in Galveston, Texas, where they're out there having a high old time. There was a girl in Florida who kept calling 911. She ended up getting arrested because she kept calling 911. Because she would keep getting kicked out of bars for trying to kiss people. Oh. And she got really mad.
Bolivar 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm in Monkey Bar and I'm being told I'm trespassed because somebody observed me not obeying the law that they're not agreeing to under OSHA and under every other
oh my God.
What are you even talking about?
What are you even talking about?
Yeah, the dispatcher said, what are you even talking?
She's like, bitch, chill.
I love when they start throwing out all the stuff that they have heard when it comes to a legal situation. They're like, not according to OSHA.
Yeah, because people have been inside long enough to but just absorb various pieces of information, and then they get drunk and spit it back out. Like the video of the woman who went to Gelson's. Yeah. She's like, under HIPAA regulations, ma'am, you don't know what HIPAA means, do you? OSHA said that I had to. So that was down there in Florida. That girl kept a 32-year-old woman. Older than our own Mary Santora, by the way.
Wants to go. She wants to kiss. I miss kissing.
That's right.
I want to kiss so bad.
Kiss your cat.
I do kiss the cat.
This is why Florida sucks.
So that girl kept getting arrested.
That's funny.
She was out there trying to act responsibly, and it just didn't happen for her. So now this is what we're facing.
Yeah.
Now that bars are opening and now that all these things are happening, people their heads are full of information that they're now drunkenly spitting back out like they're trying to be like junior defense counsel for the witness or something.
You don't know, but the coronavirus, I've been practicing my whole life with social distancing because I've been on house arrest 3 times.
What would OSHA say?
I think unless I'm traveling, unless it's safe again to travel and go to like another destination, I don't think the bar life is over for me. I don't think I'll be bar hopping here in Cleveland anymore.
People say that.
You're saying you will only go to bars out of town?
Yeah, like when it's safe enough to travel, and people we know.
And you're saying it's not safe enough to travel now?
Okay, so you hear that, Alan? When we bring back the bar crawls, Poundcake doesn't want to participate.
Hey, guess what? AC ain't going to participate either.
All right. I will take all your payments.
There you go. It'll be a Bill Squire bar crawl.
I'll come.
Enjoy, everyone.
You'll be the only drunk one. I'll come hang out.
Yeah, well, that'll be a good
time. For 3.
Yeah.
6 feet.
But like, there's no reason.
Merry Santora sober bar crawl, everyone.
Oh, how annoying.
The Alan Cox Show.
We just walk from bar to bar.
I believe that's just called a walk.
Yeah. But no, we go in. I need 9 soda waters, please. Thank you. Jello shots, hold the vodka.
No, we already ate.
Can I get a mimosa just without the champagne? Oh, you mean just orange juice? Yeah.
Just a mosa. All right, I got a break. If you want to text in here, 35192. You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. Instagram hotties are there for you as well. And listen anywhere you like on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Tonight at 7.
Boy, color me disappointed. I was holding out hope against hope. A lot of these tours, some of them getting postponed, which is just them kicking the can down the road. Some of them getting canceled outright. I had tickets for Ministry at the Agora in July, and the word came out this morning that they have officially postponed that show. And then I was still holding on to my Pussy Riot tickets because they've kicked that can a couple of times, and now they've said they've come right out and said that show's canceled, that the whole tour is canceled. And I assume that every show that says we're going to postpone is just delaying the inevitable, where they say, well, we're going to go out next year. Rage Against the Machine, Foo Fighters, all of them. So I was holding out hope. July 13th seemed like a long way away. Not so long now, maybe.
Would you have even gone?
I probably would have gone.
I thought you were staying in your house till Labor Day.
Well, it's Ministry. I mean, let's be real. No, I'll buy the whole box.
Oh.
So I don't have anybody near me, right?
Don't you know Ministry music, Mary? Black hole sun.
Bill, you son of a bitch.
That's not the lyrics.
No, it's not.
Black Hog down.
On the ground.
It fell a lot.
Yeah. It fell a lot. It fell a lot.
I don't write. I'm not a lyricist, okay? That's up to them.
It's hard to rhyme with Mogadishu.
It is.
It's not easy.
Savage Garden, they're good enough, you know?
Shut up. Hey, try baseball tonight, 7 o'clock. Here in WMMS, we're blowing through the 22-game win streak from the 2017 season, re-airing that through Memorial Day. Game 16 tonight against Jim Palmer and the Baltimore Orioles. First of 3 against that team. It was the coming full circle on the win streak. It was the Kansas City Royals that eventually put an end to the win streak after 22 games. But it was fun while it lasted. It was unbelievable while it lasted. And at the time, you didn't know how long it would last.
It was exciting.
It was exciting, and it's still exciting, even if you know how it's going to end.
Mm-hmm.
So tonight, 7 o'clock, brought to you by Discount Drug Mart, Tribe, Orioles, here on MMS. We talk about heroes. There's that dude that made the little Lido lounge for squirrels. We've also got an unsung hero here at the iHeartMedia compound, and there are only about 7 of us on the floor. We're here. We've essentially got the place to ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of people down at TAM. Java Joel is running the whole Kiss production by himself. And because they haven't had anyone doing the vending machines over the past couple of months, they've been stripped dry back there in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
They've been refilling them.
Who?
It's been refilled, I think, once.
Once or twice. No, because we had
the
Blue
snack
Doritos.
one. It has not been refilled at all.
No.
Okay.
The healthy one has been refilled.
I only go to the healthy one.
The healthy one that has Rice Krispie treats has been refilled.
Well,
The whole grain.
that one is always full, but there's a pop machine back there that
that's
still
not
has.
been,
Well, it still has pop in it. It's just that the coin receptor is full. It can't take any more money. But further down, because there's I think a total of 4 machines back there. There's a carousel machine.
That's how our billionaire should be, Alan.
Carousel?
No, like filled up and they can't accept any more money.
Oh,
like a pop machine.
you have to actually put your money in your body.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, it's our fault that Jeff Bezos is rich, not his fault, right? If we stop giving him money, he'll make less. Nevertheless, the carousel machine in the back, which usually has all that's left back there is like diet ginger ale. Right?
There's always like a weird hoagie in there that you're like, I'm not going to eat
Which brings me to my current point, is that there is a microwave pizza in there. Eat it. It's full of green mold. It's covered in hair. And somebody, and if you look at it, it's one of maybe 2 items still in there. So even if you were to look at it, I posted a photo of it today. It would become immediately apparent what it looks like. But some hero took the time to print up like a 32-point font sign that says, "Do not eat the Tony's pizza in here. It is covered in mold." As if you wouldn't see it by looking right at it. So that's somebody who was either A, bored, or B, so diligent that they didn't want anybody, even somebody who might enjoy a green pizza from time to time.
Maybe I need some penicillin, huh?
Yeah. Maybe they thought that somebody not paying attention, maybe delirious with lockdown fever, would put in their $2.75 or whatever the hell it costs. But it's so obviously past its date that the sign I thought was A, funny, but B, just a nice touch.
Yeah.
Hey, don't. No, I assume none of us did that.
No. I didn't do that,
Yeah,
no.
okay. So it was one of the other three people.
That seems like a misuse of company ink.
Ink?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill, like I said, 32-point font. It's a lot of black ink.
Yeah.
Now, fortunately, ain't nobody else around here using the ink, so we're going to find out. I would like to get to the bottom of it, just so I could say to them, you know what?
Appreciate you.
Either you saw that and thought you'd warn other people, or, and I'll take a different tack here, you really want that and want other people to not eat it.
Or
it's just
it's
a
a
message
reminder.
to yourself. Like,
Yeah.
listen, I know you want this Tony's pizza, but it is covered in mold. So just a reminder to yourself, don't eat the pizza.
Right. And by the way, even a Tony's pizza not covered in mold, that's still solid advice. Don't eat the pizza.
I've never had a Tony's pizza.
Well, you're better off. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside of Ohio, tell me where you do that, and we'll put you on our map of Bureau Chiefs, which you can see lovingly displayed over the shoulder of one Bill Squire if you watch the show. Gina is a brand new Bureau Chief. She is in Cordova, Cebu in the Philippines. Cebu. Make myself a note.
Cebu.
Cordova, Cebu in the Philippines. Mark's in Albany, New York. Taylor listens in Rexburg, Idaho. Nick is in Austin, Texas. So they're going to build allegedly, going to build a huge Tesla plant in Austin.
Is that where he's moving to once Newsom kicks him out?
He ain't kicking anybody out.
How is he not in jail?
Who? Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Why would he be in jail?
Because he opened up his plant before he was supposed to.
Well, they're not going to do anything. He employs a lot of people, and there's no way that
You mean to tell me he's rich and he has privilege?
Well, but he also knows that.
That's BS, man.
Don't get me going on Elon
But they
Musk.
might fine him.
Rich privilege doesn't exist, Cody. Everybody can afford to buy out a box at a concert so they can stand by themselves.
Listen. I don't often indulge myself, all right? I don't. I live well below my means. So that when I really want to do something,
you can do
I can do it.
Yes.
Did I miss something?
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Adam listens in Pittsburgh. Rachel is a bureau chief in Litchfield, England. Sarah is in Norwalk, Connecticut. Brayley is in Denver. He's one of our brothers in broadcasting. And Jackie is in Paramus, New Jersey. You ever heard of Paramus, New Jersey?
Yeah.
No. They got a mall out there. You guys had never heard of Hackensack, so I wasn't sure if you'd ever heard of Paramus.
I've heard of them having a mall.
It's one of the places that
I think it's funny.
Captain America pretended to be from when he was applying to be in the Army during World War II.
Illyria also has a mall. And
why are you exhaling like that?
That's just a lot.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
But it's a point of reference
It is.
that some people understand, myself included.
That's all.
Why you got to piss on his parade?
I didn't piss on any parades. I pissed on a frog. No parades.
Did that frog turn into a parade?
He might have.
By any chance? All right. Alan, Texas car manufacturers can't sell their vehicles straight to people. They have to go through dealerships, and Tesla doesn't use dealerships. Well, listen, I assume Elon Musk knows more about that than I do, and maybe he's got some special dispensation from Greg Abbott, from the governor.
All he has to do is buy a dealership, and then voila, he has it.
But Tesla doesn't do dealerships. You go to like Tesla.com and click buy car, I think. I don't know.
They have them in malls. There was
They
one.
have like showrooms. There was a Tesla years ago. It was one of the first ones I ever remember seeing in our neighborhood in Chicago. The florist that we were going to get our flowers put together for our wedding was right next door to a Tesla showroom.
Yeah.
And it was just, you'd walk in and there were some cars there. And it was like an Apple store, but for cars. You'd go, I want that one.
Yeah, there was one in Arizona. I forget. It was right in Scottsdale. Whatever. I think it's called Fashion Square. First time I ever saw like a car dealership inside of a mall.
I saw that in Indianapolis, of all the places. I was there for a weekend last summer doing comedy, and I was just walking around the mall, got the whole day to waste. And it was in the food court, like the big open food court, and the only storefront in the food court was a Tesla dealership or whatever, a Tesla store. And that struck me as very strange. You're just going to go fill up on...
But dealers used to have cars in mall squares, right?
Yeah, that happened all the time.
They'd have a car on a display.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Win this Jeep or whatever. You put your name in.
You know, Ken
I've seen
Ganley would have a car out there.
trains just chugging along through malls.
That's
so to
right.
be like, oh, you saw a car in the mall? I've seen a train in a mall.
Bill, those are tiny children's trains.
They still have a conductor.
Do they?
Yes.
Just because the kid is older than everybody else
No.
and too old to be on the train does not make him the conductor.
There's grown men conductors on those trains.
But they are
It's
touched
so
in the
fun.
head and wearing overalls. That does not make them a conductor. That just makes them somebody who gets paid to make sure that no kids vomit on the train.
Oh my God! Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
That guy?
That's the guy.
That's not a conductor.
He's in the front of every train at the
Yeah,
mall.
he's touched. He's a little soft up top,
They
too.
let him wash it. He does a very good job detailing it.
Oh my God! Woo!
Yeah, sounds like it.
If you were going to be on a train, where would you want to be? Would you want to be at the front of the train or the back of the
Are
train?
you making a caboose joke?
No, I was going to ask you where she wants to be placed on a train.
I want to be on top of the train, running from car to car, jumping over, like from...
Being chased by a villain.
Yeah.
Mission
And then
Impossible.
you like dive down when it hits a tunnel just before it goes in and hits them and they die.
Is this a Snowpiercer train? Because I definitely want to be in the middle of that.
Yeah, that's a good. Seems like a good place to be for that. Have you watched that show?
No, because
I like the movie.
I love the movie, but I keep seeing people go, it's just a cop show on a train for some reason. I'm like, I'm so far behind on other things that I'm not going to waste my time with Snowpiercer. I love that Jennifer Connelly, though.
Yeah, she's
Woo!
hot.
Ass to ass.
I watched Back to the Future, all three of them with my girlfriend. She hadn't seen 2 and 3, and so we watched them all. And when people speak ill of Back to the Future 3, really bums me out because
I've never
love
seen it.
that movie.
That's the Western one.
That's the Western one. And there's a lot of growth in the characters in that one, too, Alan.
Character development.
What do you mean? Well, I've never seen it.
Well, you should watch it.
All right, fine. I
You
got a
always
clip
blow
from
it
it.
off.
I have a clip.
Oh my God! Woo! Listen to that horn!
Yeah, that's when he goes 8.21 gigawatts or whatever.
88 miles per hour.
Yeah, whatever.
To generate the 1.2 gigawatts.
There you go.
But it's really fun, and it's one of those things where I saw it Back to the Future 2 and 3 in the movie theater when I was 7 and 8 years old. So those will always be like all-time favorite movies for me because I can remember how excited I was and how nervous I was during the entire sequences. Like the action.
How nervous
sequences.
you were.
Yeah, because you didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, you knew they were going to be okay. But as an 8-year-old, you're like, anything could go wrong. Doc's not always prepared for everything, but he is.
That
And he
cast
chooses love over science.
That cast did a live stream, though, right?
I don't know.
Back to the Future, they did like a live Zoom thing,
Oh,
like
did they?
either a table read or a reunion thing. Yeah,
And also, Tom Wilson was fantastic in those movies.
Plays Biff?
As Biff, yeah. And all the iterations of Biff, old
Yeah.
Biff, young Biff, middle-aged Biff, Griff Tannen in the
right,
yeah,
Griff Tannen,
where he was a robot, and then I think he was Buford Tannen
Yeah.
in the Western one. Fantastic. He's so good in those.
So
there's
if
never been a more perfect person to play a bully. He is if you say bully, Biff Tannen is who you think of.
Ed Norton in American History X. Thank you very much.
You think of him as a bully?
Well, he curb stomped a guy. I think that
And
kind
I
of
think
quality
murder.
checks a
I
lot.
think
It
that's
checks a
murder.
lot of boxes.
Shoving a locker or
Oh,
something.
we all had
Yeah.
different kinds of bullies now, didn't we? Listen,
I think of Roger from Doug.
Okay. Angelica from Rugrats.
Helga G. Pataki from Hey Arnold.
the former governor of New York's daughter.
Angelica, yeah. Real big bully.
Listen, a young, lithe Mary Steenburgen will get me on Back to the Future 3.
There you
I
go.
think that's safe to say.
You got ZZ Top in there?
ZZ Top.
Yep.
Right. I love ZZ Top. I liked them when they were just Z Top. Right? I'm a ZZ Top hipster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go all the way back to just one Z?
Yeah. I even like ZZ Ward. I like any artist whose name sounds remotely like ZZ Top.
I wonder why she
I
didn't
like
take off.
Pee Wee's Big Top.
Oh.
What?
ZZ Ward. I wonder why she didn't take off. I wonder why she didn't get big. She has like that.
Because I think a lot of people thought she was ZZ Top.
Well, I think she had the Joss Stone vibe and like a little bit of Adele, and
Yeah.
she just kind of faded away. She had one big hit.
I don't even know who that is. What was her one big hit?
About 8 years ago, she put an album out. She's from Philly or something.
She
I
had the
think.
Big Bang and then like Till the Casket Drops. And I remember I played her.
Big Bang.
The Big
Like
Bang. Big Bang.
There's always there's a handful of female artists that will fall through the cracks. K-Flay is the one that jumps to mind now. It like really blew up fast a couple years ago. A couple of great songs, and then kind of went away. And yet Fiona Apple, back with a new album. You forget how young she was when Fiona Apple started making records, because she's been around for 30 years, and she's 42.
Yeah.
You know? I'm exaggerating a little, but I think her first album was like when she was 17 years old.
Mandy Moore.
Yeah, like Mandy Moore. Fiona Apple, Mandy Moore, you know, same
They're
thing.
the same person.
Huh?
What? Full disclosure, don't know who Fiona Apple is. So,
Alan, please tell Bill Michael J. Fox was the same size in part 3, no growth. Listen, I don't know what that means, but I'll take Bill's word for it over yours.
I really enjoy a joke like that on a day like this.
on a day like, you having a day?
Are you?
No, I'm just having a silly day.
Oh.
Where
Yeah,
like
okay.
I was making silly jokes on Twitter this morning, and people were getting
It
mad at
took me about 8 times to read your tweet where I was like, what the hell is he talking about?
What was the
man?
tweet?
It was dumb. It was very dumb.
Very dumb, but it's...
He was
Because
spelling out rheumatoid. It doesn't matter.
It's everyone's talking about Trump taking hydrochloroquine.
Oh, Jesus. Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, hydroxychloroquine. So I said, I think Trump's taking hydroxychloroquine because he secretly has rheumatoid arthritis.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Rheumatoid arthritis.
No, I understand
I
what
know
you're trying to
that.
say. I don't understand what the connection.
It's just one of those things where people will like spell out like bone apple teeth.
Oh, I see.
Oh, got it.
Bone apple teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I went on, or maybe it's mall area or loop us. Just
Trump.
Stupid stuff.
So this guy's, by the way, not one single person believes that he's actually taking this. He
I
was just
believe
sitting.
it.
No, you don't.
I believe it.
Trust me. Anything he says, you can put money on it that the opposite is 100% true. So he's sitting there, he's talking about hydroxychloroquine just in a news conference, and I guarantee he was just bored. And he goes, I'm on it. And people are like, what? Yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah, take it all the time.
No one believes that he actually is, but it just came out of his mouth.
A lot of good things have come out about the hydroxy. A lot of good things have come out. And you'd be surprised at how many people are taking it, especially the frontline workers, before you catch it. I happen to be taking it. Hydroxychloroquine. Right now, yeah. A couple of weeks ago, I started taking it.
Right. Now, no one believes this. Not one person believes that he's taking it. Because he's too stupid to even keep his story straight. Because if you believe it's great for treating COVID-19, why would you take it if you didn't have the coronavirus? You don't
great
take
to
it.
prevent COVID-19 too, Alan.
That's not how he's been pushing it. It's not prep.
Okay.
Poundcake takes prep, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter anyway because this is just more, snake oil or whatever. But I'll tell you,
rheumatoid arthritis.
could he mean? Okay.
He didn't grow at all.
Could he
Same
mean?
size.
Do you think he means Hydrox cookies? By the way,
Do you think he means hydroxycut? Because I could
oh,
see
he's
him,
clearly not on Hydroxycut.
but I could see him taking it, still eating McDonald's, and be like, "I'm very fit. I'm on hydroxycut." You know what I mean?
I would definitely believe that he was taking a lot of Hydrox cookies, but there's no way he's taking hydroxychloroquine.
Maybe he used hydrogen peroxide on a cut, and he's confused.
He takes Propecia.
Okay. That's a dude thing. I wouldn't begrudge him that.
Is that the hair thing?
Yeah. I wouldn't begrudge him that. Dr. Ryan Berglund's been taking that, right? For many years?
Mm-hmm. I need to get back on it.
What does it do? It
You
just
go to-
grows your hair back?
It like opens up the follicles, and then you have to have like minoxidil to mix it in to actually grow it back.
Oh.
I don't know if I could grow
It
my
won't
back.
like make your hair thicker.
Well, when you started
If I
taking
took
it again, there was a huge difference.
But I also
Why'd you stop taking it?
I also had because I got off my mom's health insurance, and I had to switch doctors. And
His mom was buying him hair.
She wasn't buying me hair,
Pays
but
for
it was
his phone bill, buys his hair.
I was on her insurance, so why would I not take advantage of that?
And if you don't have hair, why do you need a phone? Ain't nobody
Honestly,
blowing you
honestly.
up. Mhm. Nancy Pelosi, by the way, savage. Saying, I don't think, she always says, I pray for the president, whatever. He doesn't take her at her word, whatever. But her remark on the whole hydroxychloroquine thing was, I don't think someone in the president's shape should do that. Yeah. I'm
She calls
worried.
him out as morbidly obese.
I'm worried about him.
Well, first let me say how happy I am about your new baby. How lovely.
Oh,
Wyatt. Wyatt, how perfectly named. We all know why that is, and congratulations. And as you now are a father, you see how important it is to keep the world safe for the children. As far as the president is concerned, he's our president, and I would rather he not be taking something that has not been approved by the scientists, especially in his age group and in his, shall we say, weight group, what is morbidly obese, they say.
Jesus. I'll tell you what, I don't know that much about Nancy Pelosi, but I bet she was a piece back in the day.
She was. Have you ever seen old pictures of her?
No, you kind of get this, you kind of see in her face, you're like, man, I bet like back in the day, she was a fox.
She's had work done, so she's like held together now. But back when she was like protesting the streets in San Francisco, oh yeah, she was a piece.
I don't think it's a good idea for the... Well, first of all, yeah, he's not taking it. This is just something that went in his brain, came out his mouth. But I don't think anyone in his shape, and by shape, of course, I mean morbidly obese, should be taking it. Well, we'll see what happens, right? We'll see if he feels better after taking something that he said was good if you got COVID-19, which he says he does not have. I'm not sure, Anyway.
Even if he did get it, nobody would ever know. They wouldn't. He would deny it. They wouldn't tell anybody.
They would keep it under wraps if he was asymptomatic. Yeah. Absolutely, and he could be. I mean, they said they're getting tested all the time. When everyone else in the White House is scared to go to work now, by their own admission, guarantee someone in the inner circle's got it, asymptomatic, whatever. But like if he was, they'd keep it under wraps until he was laid up in the hospital or something. Okay, I got a break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. We'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch. You'll see nothing but our smiling faces, but you'll also see the Alan Cox Show Instagram hotties. Those are up there, volume 17, with a new feature premiering on Monday. Mm-hmm. Not content to just see the Instagram hotties, you thought to yourself, I'd like to know what makes them tick. Well, Bill Squire's got you covered.
That's right.
Behind the cleavage.
Going to do some interviews with them, because a lot of them have interesting stories.
Yeah.
You know, they're bodybuilders, or they've lost a bunch of weight, or they're sluts.
Same thing.
You never know.
Bodybuilders lost a bunch of weight. Same thing. Or sluts. Same
Also,
thing, right?
or sluts.
Yes. I'm a bodybuilding slut.
I'm not going to shame them for that.
No, sluts should be celebrated.
I
don't
giving
like
them a platform to do so, Alan.
I don't like the phrase slut shaming. I think sluts should be celebrated. Right?
Sure.
They're libertines of the highest order. Why not?
I talked about it in my latest Poundcake. AlanCoxShow.com.
Oh, good for you.
How so? Oh, right, you. You've cast yourself in that role, yes?
Yes, I said I'm not one to slut shame, but it just at this particular
But then
time.
you did.
At this particular time. That's all.
I think it's okay.
At this particular time.
So being
Stay
a
your ass
slut
inside.
is a very cool thing to be celebrated unless there's a global pandemic, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what
Okay,
I'm saying.
Just makes sense.
This will be a separate endeavor from Flicks and Bill, right?
Yes, Flicks and Bill will keep going. That's going to be a monthly thing now, just because I feel like every week is, it's gotten to a point for me where I'm like, I don't want to watch TV anymore.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I want to get back to doing that as more of a, kind of a fun thing. And then the Bill Squire Show is just going to be a little of everything. I'm going to do kind of a deep dive into my time in the Philippines and really get deep on those stories. I'm going to interview people. With the technology we have now, you can do interviews with people from anywhere.
Sure.
So I'm going to have some of my comedian friends on from all across the country.
Talking to
It's gonna
tastemakers.
Exactly. It's going to be a good time.
All right, good. And that premieres Monday.
Yep.
At AlanCoxShow.com.
Mm-hmm.
The news moves so quickly that you certainly wouldn't have thought that the latest Poundcake would already be past its expiration date, but it is. Because Mike DeWine has lifted the state's stay-at-home order.
Excuse me, I have to send a text.
I will read this as written, okay? Updated a few minutes ago. More of Ohio's mandatory restrictions to curb the spread of the coronavirus, including the stay-at-home order and the 2-week self-quarantine period for travelers entering the state, will be cut short, Mike DeWine announced earlier this afternoon. Social distancing rules, including a ban on most mass gatherings and restrictions on bars and restaurants, will remain mandatory. I was reading about how Cleveland police got 28 calls from mass gatherings or whatever, The current safe-at-home order, which is kind of, you got to market these things, will be replaced with an urgent health advisory, Ohioans protecting Ohioans, because you know how good we are at doing that. So, he said, we're now moving from orders to strong recommendations. And you know how we... So, Basically, do what thou wilt for you biblical scholars.
Stop washing your hands.
Yeah.
Be free.
Yeah.
I'm still closed.
Yeah.
You can be closed. This doesn't say Poundcake reopen.
And, let's be real here. The stay-at-home order, even when it's formally rescinded, they haven't exactly been enforcing it to the letter of the law.
What do you mean?
Well, they're not arresting people for being out and about. What do they say? They're like, you have to stay home unless you want to go shopping, unless you want to do this, unless you want to be outside, unless you want to,
When do you think the next spike is going to happen?
Listen, I will say, when you look across the country, Ohio, whatever you think of Mike DeWine otherwise, and I hate to break this to my fellow liberals, there will come a time where you're not going to like Mike DeWine again.
I didn't like him 6 months ago.
Right.
I mean,
he still is a Republican, and he has a lot of ideas that don't exactly jive. But on this, I think he's done a great job. I was reading about how some states were what they thought was over-preparing, because they said that's when you're in a pandemic, you over-prepare, and in hindsight, It's better than if you underprepared.
Mm-hmm.
Like San Francisco has seen a lot fewer cases than they thought they would because they shut down early. Ohio, the Cleveland Clinic was like preparing to convert 1,000 beds to COVID patients. They haven't seen that rise. So in Cuyahoga County, in Ohio, by and large, they haven't seen the huge spike that they thought they would, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for people who, amidst the, freedom fake AstroTurf protesters, there are people that were like, it is silly to take a one-size-fits-all approach. Cleveland is not New York, right?
Right.
Or San Francisco, whatever. So Ohio, whatever, either by, your good fortune is kind of equal amounts preparation and luck. And if you have enough of the former, you don't need as much of the latter. So I feel like Ohio, as for the spike that's coming, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Nobody knows. So, but one by one, these things are peeling away. It's going to be harder to, again, if you've seen any of the footage of patios around Cleveland over the weekend.
Not even close.
A lot of these places.
Too close. Yeah.
I mean, Lago in the flats.
Mm-hmm.
All these places had to, Paninis and Stowe, people were like publicly shaming these places. Town Hall, they got their own problems. They got some dude on Facebook telling people to go back where they came from. And the only reason that guy still has a job is because the dude he was talking to was a former employee, so he probably knew him, and a white guy. If he hadn't been a white guy, dude would be fired. But because he was talking to a white guy, go back to the Ukraine or wherever you. So there are plenty of local establishments that are like, look, we can't tell people to not blah, 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 which is a dodge. Of course you can. But, if people are coming out in waves, I'm sure that if you're a local establishment, you're trying to kind of make up a little bit of whatever monetarily. But you're also going to get publicly shamed. All these places, were open over the weekend, and then on Monday they would each release some statement.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you just saw 1 minute in time and it was a weird angle. It's like, oh, come on. If your patio is full, it's full.
Yeah.
It's not like we got you in the 2-minute period where it wasn't full. So you got to take the hit. I don't know what to tell you. It's nobody got the wrong angle on the photo.
Right.
You had a full patio. So I don't know. This is what it is, and we'll see what happens. Maybe nothing.
That's what I'm saying.
You might be right.
I would love it. Oh, I want to go back
You
to
might
home
be
so
right.
bad.
Like it's when nobody knows. We only know. Write it down. We only know what we know. So nobody.
But again.
But nobody knows what's going to happen. Like this whole asymptomatic spreading thing. You could be sick and it could not affect you at all.
The fact that Ohio has fared better than a lot of other places.
Shut down way early.
Well, shut down way early, but also, who knows what happens when people start coming from other, listen, tourism, people want to get that up and running.
Yeah, but I feel like that's something that we're a little bit safe in, that people aren't flocking here it's not a huge tourist destination. It's not a New York or a place like that. I mean, yes, people do come to Cleveland, but without sports, there's not a ton of reason for people to, if you know what I mean?
Well, they're trying
I'm not trying to bash Cleveland in any way.
No,
but
I know what you mean.
I don't think anybody's going to be like, we got to get our tourism. We took a hit on Cleveland tourism.
Well,
you know
did,
what I mean?
yeah. Well, we were set to do like a whole big campaign with Destination Cleveland.
No,
like
I understand
the
that.
week all this happened. So those poor people, they're like, their entire raison d'etre, if you will, is like, come to Cleveland. And then it was.
I get that, but I'm saying without sports, there's not a ton of people coming to Cleveland just to visit for the weekend.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Mary.
You're right. The thousands and thousands of people who come from other cities.
We had like 20 million people last year.
I understand.
And it wasn't just sports.
20 million people came specifically just to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame from out of
No,
town.
they also wanted to have
corned beef.
They wanted to have corned beef.
I'm not smack talking Cleveland. I'm saying there's.
They
No,
wanted
I'm
to
not.
have Jonathan Sawyer's pig face hash.
Exactly.
By the way, God bless Jonathan Sawyer, who was a coronavirus hipster. He shut down before everybody else
He
shut
knew
down.
what was coming.
Go, buddy.
He knew. This guy had the foresight to go, I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Screw you, East Fourth.
I'm just saying we're probably safe from people flocking to Ohio to visit.
But if it's open, and people have an they're like, well, I can't go to New York. I want to go someplace cheap. But I want to just get away. Where's a nice affordable place to go? Cleveland's the spot.
Probably. You're right. I am wrong. I apologize.
Listen, all I'm saying is the Drew Carey Show had a song that I think explained everything you need to know. The great Ian Hunter told everybody
down the Cuyahoga. What's that one from Wild Thing? That one.
Sure.
Yeah. The opening of Major League.
Uh-huh.
Major League.
But a handful of governors of big states, Texas, California, New York, that's Greg Abbott, Gavin Newsom, and Andrew Cuomo, respectively, having press conferences saying, let's bring sports back because there's money to be made on television, but obviously you're not going to have
audiences and stuff.
Audiences.
Some professional sports can return on May the 31st. That includes pro golf, auto racing, baseball, softball, tennis, football, and basketball.
Pro sports in that first week or so of June without spectators and modifications and very prescriptive conditions also can begin to move forward.
Why wait until you can fill a stadium before you start to bring the team back? And if you can televise it in the meantime,
cut close. Come on, that's good stuff. God damn. Dan is one of our bureau. Well, he's probably our bureau chief in Emily, Minnesota. Where is Emily, Dan?
It's right in the center of Minnesota, and I would love to be a chief.
I think I have you down. I'm pretty sure you're on the list.
I listen a lot.
Yeah, I'm almost positive that I have you down.
Right.
Yeah.
Our claim to fame is I have a Jeffrey LaRoque artifact hanging in my bar.
A what?
Artifact.
But our area has no idea what the hell that is, and I get a lot of questions. But I have a pair of his underwear hanging in my bar. But
yeah, sure.
Besides that,
you're going to flood the market.
You're right. The lines have been really long lately. But anyways, I just want to give a different perspective. I live in a small town. I've been closed since March the 16th. All my employees went on unemployment right away. I just got my PPP, whatever it's, to save me, whatever.
Yep,
But ever since day one, everything around me in our small town, from the Dollar General to the local gas station, meat market, Ace Hardware store, it's like nothing has happened. I didn't know when I look out my window, you see a few people wearing masks.
Yeah.
This town is hopping, and it's really frustrating for me because as bars and restaurants, they're going to have us come out with this large guidance, which I still haven't received, on how we can run our business. But everywhere else, it's just business as usual, and I don't see anybody taking any precautions or there's nothing, no regulation on them. So that's what's really frustrating. I don't deny the virus. I don't deny any of that. I just think when they said who's essential and who's not essential, how they, give guidelines to certain businesses and other ones, it's like I said, I don't know when I'm going to be in business.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be June 1st, but I doubt it. They say 50% capacity. I don't know for how long I can pay my bills doing.
Right. Who's the governor? Waltz in Minnesota?
It's Governor Walz.
Yeah.
First off, since the 16th, it was like, you'll be closed down for 12 days so they can get the hospitals and everything geared up for the influx, because 70% of the people supposedly are going to get it no matter what.
Yep.
Get geared up for it, and it's just been really frustrating. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hang on to my place. I wish I would have known back then. If they would have told me I'd be closed for the whole summer, then I could have made that decision to think I could hang out or file for bankruptcy. But to keep me stringing along, say another
2 weeks, another 2 weeks.
Another is just really difficult. We have a control already in place. We put up the sneeze guards, this or that. We did everything, but we still don't have a guideline. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and you are. I mean, and you're out there. You're closer to Fargo than the Twin Cities, right?
Yeah, I'm not far from Fargo. So
Fargo.
What's the name of your place, Dan?
I'm near Brainerd. It's called the Log Cabin Bar. It's in Emily. So if you ever seen the movie Fargo,
yeah,
I'm not far from Brainerd.
Okay.
So probably you can tell by the accent, whatnot. But
that's all right.
Anyways, it's really frustrating, and it's well,
what I
get that undercoat.
The log cat. Yeah. So when things reopen, we're going to have our Minnesota bureau chiefs all converge at the Log Cabin Bar in Emily.
That'd be great. That'd make me proud. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
So, like I said, big fans. I really enjoy your show. So
okay. Good luck out there, Dan. Thank you, brother.
Yep.
Okay, there you go. There's Dan, who's running the Log Cabin Bar in Emily, Minnesota. Population 844, by the way.
Damn.
Only 13-hour drive.
Frustrating.
Show trip.
Hey!
Show trip!
Now that they've lifted the travel ban. Yeah. Frustrating to say the least if you're not getting any clear guidance as to what to do and when to do it and blah, blah, blah. But
best thing to do is stay at home and go to nowherecomedyclub.com and get tickets to my show. That's tomorrow at 8 p.m.
Oh, man. Yeah, but now with this stay-at-home order lifted...
I know, right?
If I hear you correctly, and I think I do, you're asking people to maybe, if they got to go out, do it during the daytime so their evening is free to watch your show.
Or just go out Thursday.
Yeah.
Wait till Thursday.
Yeah. Whatever you've got to do, there's nothing that can't wait until Thursday.
Right. Thursday!
Thursday!
Or Wednesday during the day.
Okay. If you want to send me a text, 35192. If you don't want to send me a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com for the other stuff. And we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Oakland. An iHeart radio station.
Two 216-578-1007. To get in live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. You're going to send me a text. And AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there. You can get yourself knee-deep in the Instagram hotties. Poundcake's latest Pound Take is called Stay Yo Ass Home. Maybe you've never read a Pound Take before, and you want to dive right in. There are a number of them there for you to choose. Where do you think is a good... Should they go chronologically, Poundcake? Should they be able to avail themselves of your literary evolution? Or should they just go all willy-nilly and cattywampus?
I mean, my most recent one, I make reference to past Pound Takes. So, I mean, I'll say insert, whatever article here. So they can pick that up.
Oh, you've got little Easter eggs in them.
Yeah, because
smart.
As my writing progressed, I make references like, I used to think like this.
It leaves you wanting more.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
It's very layered. I like that.
I also sometimes think of cool titles before I actually think of what I'm going to write about. I'm like, this would be a cool title. And then I have to theme it based on the title. But whatever.
You got one for this week ready to go?
I thought about it, yes.
Okay.
You want me to say it?
No, I've got a great title for you for the next one. Whatever it's about.
Because I'm stupid.
Just call it that. Oh. Call it this.
Hey, I molest children. It was a really cool title.
What is it?
What's the title?
Confiscated.
Yeah, that is good. I like
That's
that.
a good one. Call it this.
I swallowed and then I choked on my spit.
Call it this.
This thing is huge.
Uh-huh. Call it this.
Well, no one wants to touch my vagina.
Yep. Call it this.
Bop, bop, a loo, bop, bop, bamboo.
Call it this.
Trans people ruined everything.
That one's
an oldie but a goodie. Oh, boy. Call it this.
Hey, you a bitch.
Uh-huh.
So many.
Call it this.
Big lips, my dear.
Little Poundcake, big lips, my dear.
What is
All right,
it
go
called?
ahead. What's it going to be? Wait, hold on. You want some timpani?
No, that's okay.
Okay, what's it going to be?
White lies from Black Lives.
White lies. Ooh, he's getting political. He's going full-on Black Panther at the Olympics.
You know what, though? I'm excited to read that because he's very dialed into to politics and is passionate about it.
I'll tell you what, as a biracial Trump supporter, he has a variety of perspectives that don't fall in line with what the lamestream media is feeding you, Bill.
And as a gay man, there's no one that's been more sexually harassed or
no one knows
the
what? Sexes more than a gay.
No,
the inequality.
Inequality. That's right.
Inequality of the sexes more than a gay man.
That's right.
Still stand by that.
That sentence, man.
He's
He
not backing
also
down.
calls himself
Listen,
a feminist in the same article. I
No
love
one
that.
understands women's suffrage like a man. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where's the line? Nobody knows you got to go back to the Pound Take called Body Count. Okay? I'm not sure why I became a feminist all of a sudden. I just really don't like inequality. Nobody knows inequality of the sexes more than a gay man. Listen.
I laughed so hard when I read that.
He is himself. This is supposed to make you think and make you laugh. And did it do both of those things?
I laughed at how little he thought.
That's not what I asked.
It made you think, why would he write that? And you laughed.
Well, I laughed and then I thought, does he see the irony in this?
I don't know.
You're just discriminating against me.
That's what it is. You're right.
And
Women, again,
no one
just-
knows more about discrimination between the sexes than a gay man. Jesus, I listened to Marin eulogize his girlfriend.
No.
Oh, man.
Pretty funny.
Oh, it's hilarious. Oh, my God. I'll tell you what. I thought he was going to be upset.
Yeah.
Real roller coaster.
He's like, I got so much material out of this.
He basically, he kind of sets it up and then replays the interview with her that he did a few years ago when they met. They met when he had her on because he had seen some of her work. This director, Lynn Shelton, who seems to be universally beloved by her collaborators and friends and whatever, she had been his girlfriend for the last year or so. And so he kind of bookends this interview. Oof. He's not keeping it together.
That's so... I mean, why so soon?
Because I think that it's that's his platform. He's like, this is what we do
true.
here, you know? And he gives a timeline of the whole thing, and it's awful.
And I think he also likes to do things if he
In the
lets
raw
things
emotion,
in the
kind
raw
of.
emotion kind of thing, because if he lets it simmer too long, it's going to eat away at him. So I think he'd rather get those feelings out and those emotions out in a, you know, like as they happen.
Yeah.
Otherwise they just sit there and eat away at him.
Now, if you want something on the lighter side, Patton Oswalt dropped a new hour today on Netflix.
Oh, I'm going to watch that.
Called I Love Everything. Supposed to be real good.
Mark
He's a
Norman's
funny dude.
new hour. It's on YouTube. It's fantastic. Check that out. But
You got to keep, if you're a comedy fan, by the way, you have to really keep track. You have to have a flow chart because there are so many platforms now that you got to follow the people you like and to see where they're dropping things. Because Patton's on Netflix, Mark's on YouTube.
Yeah, there's Amazon Prime. There's what's the other one?
Stanhope's new hour is on Vimeo.
Yeah.
You pay him $10 for, and if you like Doug Stanhope.
Is Vimeo like a verified platform? Like shows are on that?
I mean, it's been for a while.
It's a way that you can release things independently and charge for them.
Yeah.
You can make it free too, but yeah, you can do stuff on Vimeo.
Stanhope's new hour is called Last of a Dying Breed. No, I'm sorry. He got me with the joke. The Dying of a Last Breed is what it's called, and it's $10 on Vimeo, filmed live in Vegas. So if you're a Doug Stanhope fan, that is out today as well. And because you have a lot of comedians, Bill and Mary have done a lot of these Zoom shows. Bill's got one coming up.
Tomorrow 8
Tomorrow
p.m.
night.
Get tickets at billsquire.com or nowherecomedyclub.com.
You have networks that need content, and you have comedians at home looking to do things. And so HGTV is dropping a house hunting comedian commentary series in June.
How do I get this gig? Is it already done?
It's called House Hunters Comedians on Couches, where they go through house hunters. I would have been much happier had they called this Mystery Sconce Theater 3000. Nevertheless, that's what they went with. So it's going to be where they're going to be commenting on House Hunters episodes.
Like I Love
Tuesday,
the 90s?
Yeah.
Like in the
The week of June the 1st. So it's going to be June 2nd through June 5th. It's going to be House Hunters, Comedians on Couches. Now, I love that show without the comedians.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll be funny.
Do they say who the comedians are?
Dan Levy, the great Dan Levy from Schitt's Creek, Natasha Leggero, Whitney Cummings, Elliot Glazer, John Mulaney, Chris Redd, and J.B. Smooth.
So this
That's a good lineup.
Our competition for the Big Flex 5. Nevertheless,
okay, they pick good people. I guess I'll pass on this opportunity. You know what you're doing.
Sorry that they didn't ask.
It's all right. It's all right. It's fine.
Elliot Glazer looks like he lost some weight, by the way. You know who he is?
No.
He is Ilana Glazer's brother from Broad City. And he seemed to have a lot more weight on him when Broad City. If you were a Broad City fan, I don't even know if you watched that show.
Oh, he's cute.
He seems to be now. Maybe he took his quarantine more seriously. So, House Hunters Comedians on Couches will be on HGTV, and it's for charity. You'll be able to text donations to Turn Up Fight Hunger, which provides meals to kids in need. Because I think Discovery Channel owns HG. I think that's part of that umbrella. So it's part charity, and it's part funny people commenting on what people want to do with their homes.
That's that's inventive. It's something that they can put out because
they can't film new episodes.
They're going to chew up all their content, and they are, the fall is going to be very interesting because things, things
everything's
are
going to be animated.
Back to
it's going to be all cartoons.
Normal, but there's going to be kind of a window there where they weren't able to produce stuff, and it's going to be strange. Yeah, a lot of cartoons. Because they're like, look, nobody else can do any productions. They're starting to do it in Poland. They're starting to do it in New Zealand and Australia because I think they've largely
eradicated coronavirus in those places, so they're starting to. I'm sure that makes Peter Jackson happy, but it. Other than that, they're like a lot of fall schedules are going to be a lot of cartoons because animators can work at home.
Yeah,
there are a lot of films that have been pushed a year out because they're like, well, we finished the principal photography for it, but we can't do any post-prod. We can't do...
I don't understand why they can't have an editing software at their house.
They do, but it's more than just dropping special effects in. I mean, if you need people for reshoots or if you got to ADR people, I mean, you can't... I don't know.
That 80 is a lot of ours, man.
Yeah. So, yeah. So these are all people who are busy with other things, but those things are all on hold.
Talking about bringing back the NBA, they should have a decision in June, is what I heard today. But they're thinking about doing just like a compound, like a quarantine compound with all the teams in Orlando.
Yeah,
I think would be. I mean, you talk about the Olympic Village when all those athletes get together. There's just going to be a bunch of basketball players and then just hoes coming into that place.
Yeah.
It's going to be so fantastic. I wanted to do that just so that they can make a documentary about what was actually going on behind the scenes.
And it's not like they're playing for crowds or anything,
right.
So they're just gonna be like, "Listen, we're all gonna party tonight. We can half-ass this tomorrow." Like they're all in on it.
What if they can't get any hoes in? Do you think it'll be like prison rules in there?
Oh. Why is the ball they're dribbling so wet, Alan?
Right.
That's one way that would make me come out of my house and risk coronavirus. They're like, you can either stay in your
with a bunch of basketball players.
They're like, you can either stay in your home and possibly not get COVID-19, or you could probably get COVID-19, but you get to smash the entire
all of the
volunteer.
NBA. What a summer.
Katniss Everdong over here. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah.
The Hunger Games.
Bro.
Every time he bottoms, he hears that cannon shoot.
You saw Gilbert Arenas won $300,000 in the California lottery?
Hey, good for him. He needs it.
Yeah.
What's he doing playing the lottery?
Because he hasn't played basketball in 15 years.
I guess.
Yeah. Who does he play with, the Wizards?
He was with the Wizards,
yeah. Gilbert Arenas.
He was badass, too. He had some incredible seasons.
Yes, he did. Spanish for the Arenas. He won $300,000 in the California lottery after a homeless guy predicted his good fortune.
Was it Delonte West?
He can't even predict his home.
Hey, you had sex with LeBron's mom.
Allegedly.
He was allegedly. He was in a rush to. Yeah, he's a regular lottery player from the sounds of it. He was in a rush to make it to his favorite store. Athletes are nothing if not superstitious. So he's got a favorite store, he's got a favorite whatever, and he realized he didn't have enough gas in his tank. So he pulled into a gas station, and a homeless guy asked him for money. And he said he only had $10, and the homeless guy goes, well, keep it, and if this ticket hits, come back with 20 for me. And he goes, all right. And the ticket hits.
For $300,000.
What a scam, the guy was like.
And here's $20.
No, but here's the thing, though. So he's too late to get to the store after he fills up, but he's such a regular that the store owner bought a ticket for him with the numbers he always plays.
Oh, like he called him, yeah.
And he hit. He got the second place prize of $300,000. If he had just picked a 5, that was the mega number, he would have won $248 million.
Oh, my God.
No. Don't be ungrateful.
Also, if he would have learned to pass, he could have stayed in the league.
Yeah. He earned just under $200 million over the course of his career. A lot of that I don't think he has anymore. But anyway, he goes back and finds the homeless guy and gives him a cut of the money.
Good for him.
I like that. I wonder how much he actually does have left, because how much did he make? 200,000.
He made about $160 million over the course of his career. Yeah.
That's so
how long did he play?
money.
He didn't play.
He played
12 years,
like
maybe
8 to 12 years,
You
something
can
like that.
retire off of that. You don't have to.
If you save it.
But these guys spend money like
Yes.
nothing.
I'll spend
Dude had
money.
like multiple houses and like Shark Tanks in all of them.
Yep.
Like he just went all out.
If you blow $160 million, you don't deserve to have no money.
Dude, it would be so much easier than you think it would.
$160 million.
Once it starts.
Yes.
Over the course of your career, so that money is being doled out to you. So at the time you go, 20 mil here, 30 mil here. I mean, when I hear Tracy Morgan talk about all the stuff he bought with the Walmart money, I'm like, I'm dying to know how much he got in that, because he had to have gotten hundreds of mil. It can't be that much.
Because he never disclosed it?
Well, no, but it's also like the stuff that he talks about that he bought.
Yeah.
Cars and Shark Tanks and houses. I'm like, he... Just to imagine what he got from Walmart, okay? A huge mega corporation. So, okay, did he get 50? I mean, 50 seems like too little to have the stuff he's got.
I heard it was around 80.
I got to tell you, you could be right, but it sounds like $80 million it sounds like he would go through $80 million pretty quickly. It sounds like it would almost have to be like $250 million, or I can't figure out what the number is. Every time I hear him tell a story about the stuff he has, now with Tracy Morgan, it could be a lot of hyperbole too, but I don't think so.
But wasn't
He's
he already
like,
rich?
I got a Shark Tank, and I got,
Not
but he
that
wasn't
kinda rich.
Walmart
He wasn't that rich.
settlement rich.
Walmart settlement
He wasn't.
rich.
That truck hitting him was the best thing that ever happened to him.
He left a chick
It's
that gave
so
him a
easy
kidney.
to spend money, man. I spend all of the money. It took me a year to save. I saved my stand-up money from August of last year until quarantine. And then I was like, I need a TV and a bed and a dining room table. Like,
I feel
all
like
the money that I had saved to
gone.
like furnish my apartment.
But I feel like these NBA guys, when they hit their first big thing or whatever, it's almost like freshman year in college. If you jerk off too much your freshman year in college, and I'm thinking academically, right?
I was like, where is he going with this? Is this back to the compound or whatever?
It's one of the things I told my son when we dropped him off. I said, this is going to go really fast for you, right? Don't mess up your freshman year, because it's really hard to get that back academically if you tank your freshman year. But that's hard to do too if you're not super focused, because you're free and you're having fun, and like, I get it. Just be careful. I think of that with these young guys that go into the NBA.
Well, they have classes and stuff for it now.
They have what?
They have like a
Economic class.
whole thing that they have to go through, like a rookie camp where they're
I know.
This is how you handle yourself in the NBA. And
But that's
didn't used
largely
to be that way.
How not to do social media.
Right.
Don't be sleeping with this kind of person.
There's a lot of social media training, but as we've seen, a lot of them ignore that.
Yeah.
And they also ignore the financial literacy. But, I mean, if you go, I'm going to buy my mama a house, I bet,
Yeah.
But then you go, a lot of them don't go, well, I'm going to sock this away. Because if you're 21 years old and you have $35 million.
Why would you?
Why would you? You go, oh, I'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Well,
dude, I was 30 years old with $3,000, and I was like, look at my stuff! Like,
Because,
I can't even imagine.
baseball money is guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
Basketball money is not guaranteed.
No, it's guaranteed.
It is?
Yeah.
Like,
Basketball, I think basketball's got one of the best player agreements. I think they're pretty locked in, unless there's like some sort of buyout, but they have to agree to that. But basketball is guaranteed, unless there's there's ways to get out of it, but most of it's guaranteed. Football's the one where it's not guaranteed.
Right. I was reading how Prince Fielder is. Remember Prince Fielder?
Yeah.
Haven't heard that name in a long time. He's going to be the richest guy in baseball, even though he hasn't played in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody knows about Bobby Bonilla Day.
Yeah.
This is like an amazing story. Bobby Bonilla still gets $1 million a year until 2035. Even though he's been retired for God knows how long, because of the deal that he had set up. In Prince Fielder, they owed him $24 million in the last year of his contract, and that's fully agreed on money. It's guaranteed money.
I thought the highest paid.
So even though he hasn't played in however long, he still is going to be making more money, because all these guys they're all taking pay cuts.
Yeah, but there's also guys like
Bryce
Harper and stuff. He got like $400-500 million,
which I can't
over
believe.
Like a 10-12 year contract. Still, oh yeah, the
$500
baseball
million.
contract,
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Because people used to make fun, like they used to make fun of baseball because it was like the least paid sport. Like
who did that?
Hockey, I think, was the least paid sport.
Give me an example of who made fun of it, because they've been getting paid in baseball for quite some time, because they have no salary cap in baseball.
See, I heard
so the top players, there's a huge disparagement. There's
disparity.
There you go. Good job, Alan. I was testing you, and you didn't fail.
Hey, I did it!
Yeah. There's a huge disparity between the top players in baseball and the lowest paid players, but the top paid players are making so much money.
Crazy
A-Rod signed like the first like $100 million contract, the first $200 million contract. He got that kind of money.
See, I thought like out of the big three, baseball was the least paid.
It just depends on who you are and what position you're in.
Okay.
Because there's also guys that are really, really good, but because they're not that top player, that franchise player, they're getting a fraction of what of what like an A-Rod would get.
Well, and that's true of any sport. Mm-hmm. You're going to have a lowest paid guy in football or a lowest paid guy in basketball.
But these are guys that are like hitting almost as, they might even be better. And it's also one of those things too where you have to make it to that second or third contract to get that. So like Frankie Lindor right now is on his rookie contract and he's not making a ton of money. I mean, he's making good money, but he's not making the kind of money that he's going to make once he's a free agent and can sign a $400-500 million contract over 10 years.
It's all about the resume. I get it.
Well, it's also about there are basketball players who will, you'll read articles on it's so much fun to see lists of the biggest draft busts.
Yeah.
These guys that make tons of money that is guaranteed, and then they flame out right away. Oh. And these teams have to pay them the money.
Same thing in football.
They never go to the playoffs. They never get their stats are.
Jamarcus Russell, who was the number 1 overall draft pick, quarterback for the Raiders, and he was a huge bust. But before they put in a rookie pay scale, he got $60 million before he played a single down.
Yeah.
And it was a signing bonus type thing. So he got paid and he was guaranteed all that money.
Dude.
It's ridiculous what these guys get
How
paid.
long do we have to be in radio before we make that money, Alan?
No.
It's a sliding scale. You sound like when I used to speak at the media schools and there'd be a woman who got fired from her secretary job in the back. How long before I make $50,000? I'm like, yeah, you're in the wrong room here, I think, if that's what you're doing. I'll just go do radio. Yeah, okay.
How much did Joe Rogan get for that Spotify deal?
I don't know. He got a lot of money. They're going to have him exclusively over there. But there are all kinds of guys who made tons of money because they were this kid's Kwame Brown. Remember Kwame Brown?
I remember Kwame Brown.
Goes first for the Wizards 20 years ago.
Yep.
And then they're like, oh, that was a big mistake.
Good pick, Jordan.
Yeah, right.
You are the greatest basketball player of all time, but when it comes to talent assessment, you're not the best.
That's why he wanted to get back out on the floor. Mm-hmm. He's like, I'm not the office guy. I got to get out there. And then he got out there, and they were like, womp, womp. All right, I got a break. I'm way past, boy. You get me started on Gilbert Arenas news. 35192 if you want to text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
lighting to a minimum, but only because the makeup sex would be awkward.
Well, I can never unsee that.
This is the Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS.
One 657-81007 to join us, or 800-348-1007. 35192. You want to shoot me a text if you listen to the show on iHeartRadio. From parts outside of Ohio, tell me where. Jason is a brand new bureau chief in Vegas. Gina listens in the Philippines. Cordova, Cebu. Stuart is a viewer. He watches at AlanCoxShow.com from Yorkshire, Scotland. Manny is in Wimauma, Florida. Alicia's in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Yep. Let's go back a ways. Our very first bureau chief was in Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
Christine was our very first logged, marked down bureau chief.
Very cool.
Let me give you the top. You want the top 10?
Sure.
Do you want the first 10?
The originals.
The originals.
OG, AC, BC.
Mm-hmm. Christine in Vegas. Jason in Charlotte. Mary in Wake Forest, North Carolina. Is that where Duke is? Or is Wake Forest University? The college is Wake Forest?
Is there, yeah, because Duke is in Durham.
There you go.
And then UNC is in...
Chapel Hill.
Chapel Hill, that's right. Yeah.
Steve just says North Carolina. Joe is in the Dallas Metroplex. Austin is in Houston.
Hey.
So close.
Eric is in Monroeville, PA. That's east of Pittsburgh. Diane is in St. Louis. How many is that? 8? Alex is in San Francisco. And Ray is in Vancouver, British Columbia.
Oh, wow.
Those are our first 10 bureau chiefs. So we got Canada in early on, just under the wire.
In 3 North Carolina?
We have people all over. North Carolina was
huge for us.
North Carolina was our first heavily repped state outside of Ohio.
I got to get some gigs down there.
North Carolina.
North Carolina's good, and then I feel like
Texas, Florida.
Florida's good. Yeah, Texas is good. Texas is gigantic too. And then I think we do all right in like Pennsylvania, obviously because of your time on the air in Pittsburgh. And then if you look at it, Indiana. I mean, we got a lot. There's a lot.
Greg is in Greensboro, North Carolina. Donnie is somewhere down there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Carolinas were well represented there.
But people in Ohio love the Carolinas too, though. So I bet there's a lot of expats.
Is that where Hilton Head is?
Hilton Head is in South Carolina.
Is that where the Outer Banks are?
North Carolina.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been. Hey, Drunk Sue. A lot of Drunk Sue lately.
Baby.
Yeah, what's going on, Drunk Sue?
She's bored.
Oh, my gosh. I just wanted to pipe in and just say, hey, what's up?
Okay, right. What's up, Drunk Sue?
No, I'm scrubbing my carpets.
Scrubbing your carpets. What are you scrubbing out of them?
Dirt.
Okay.
From the winter, you know what I mean? From visitors and... Oh,
that winter
good
dirt.
Lord.
Winter dirt.
Yeah, winter dirt.
Yeah. You didn't want to call...
And guess what?
You didn't want to call Cleveland Steamer?
No.
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 All right.
Nothing to do with Cleveland Steamer, dude.
All right.
Nope.
What's up?
I got to draw the line somewhere, honey.
Yeah. Okay. What's
I gotta
up?
Draw the line. But listen. I also want to tell you, I started my tomatoes from seeds.
I think everyone starts their tomatoes from seeds.
Not me. Salsa.
Oh my gosh, they're doing really good, dude. But guess what?
Yeah.
Here's what Drunk Sue do. She forgot which one goes where, so I put them in these cups, in his styrofoam cups. It's brand new dirt and all that shit. I mean, that's it, guys.
Thank you, Sue. She's having fun out there with the. What that Sue do? What Drunk Sue do?
Sue hiatus.
Sue. No. Sue. I'm gonna put her on
Gotta have something to talk about.
Does she ever have anything to talk about, or she forgets?
Sometimes.
No, but her tomato anecdote was not her best call.
I bet, just based on her own comments, Mary Santora considers herself one of the biggest Office fans on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not.
Okay.
What did you do during your quarantine? Did you do anything for the Office fans around you?
I didn't.
Yeah, you didn't do what Nick Janicki did. Did you hear about Nick Janicki?
Mm-mm.
He spent his quarantine writing a 24-episode, 900-page screenplay for a 10th season of The Office.
Hell yeah.
He wrote an entire 10th season in screenplay format for The Office.
You're not a true fan, Mary.
I know.
You are not a true fan.
I still have a job, though, so I couldn't. I don't have the time for that. You know.
I don't know that this guy doesn't have a job. Maybe he did it in his spare time.
That's even more amazing.
Is Mary Santora the world's biggest Office fan?
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
There you go. With episode titles like Athleap, Shroot Games, Turf War, The Dunderol, and Bachelor and Chili. Those are some of the names of his episodes. So for this guy, it's fan fiction. But you can bet your ass somebody, people love doing like table reads now on Zoom. They're going to do a table read of one of these.
I would love that.
24 episodes, 900 pages.
Did he release it anywhere, or he just going to send it in, or what's he going to do with it?
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to let it out in drips and drabs. He is C. Nick Wright on Instagram, if you want to go give it a look for yourself. Another huge Office fan is young Billie Eilish. She did a little web chat with Rainn Wilson, who, of course, played John Krasinski on The Office.
Yes. Rainn Wilson played John Krasinski on The Office.
I remember I had Rainn Wilson on my show in Chicago. He is so tall.
Yeah, he's very tall.
I didn't realize how tall he was.
He's taller than Krasinski, and Krasinski's tall.
Yeah, he is super nice, and he told a story about how he got his finger caught under the track of a driver's seat of a car. One of the grossest stories. I got to dig that up and see if I've got it somewhere.
Did he get it taken off?
No. But
Oh,
he was
boy.
he was talking about when he was moving or something, and he rented like a moving van, like a U-Haul or something, and he went to like move the lever and got his finger caught in the track.
Ugh.
Yeah, super gross.
Slice it open.
Oh yeah, like really. Yeah, he had to get it taken care of. But Billie Eilish, a huge Office super fan.
Just wondering how you're doing and what you're doing besides watching The Office, or we could talk about that in a little bit, to survive and take care of yourself during these difficult times.
I just finished watching The Office for a 15th time.
Oh.
2 days ago.
William,
So-
it's time to move on. It's time to move on to another show. Really, please.
I have tried.
I like how he called her William.
That's funny.
Listen, I like Rainn Wilson. He's in a lot of things I don't like.
Sure.
What was that movie? It was a Netflix movie or something where they ran it backwards. It's like a murder mystery thing where he shot his brother, and then they tried
The Rocker?
No, The Rocker is what he was pimping when he came in to my show in Chicago. Yeah, he was.
I actually like that movie.
I didn't mind The
stupid.
Rocker.
It's stupid fun.
He did he had a television show very briefly where he was a detective who was goofy and was using his weird brain to solve things.
Like Inspector. Oh, never mind.
No, it was called Backstrom. It was on
Yeah.
Fox, and I don't even think that completed a full season because it was just miscast. Like you saw what they were trying to do.
He was kind of like House, but as like a detective.
That's right.
Yeah.
It was addicted to pills.
It's like they don't have lupus, and then they had lupus. Or like whatever the detective version of that is.
They didn't use a knife, and then they used a knife.
He did a movie a few years ago on Netflix called Shimmer Lake. And it had a lot of really funny people in it. And it like ran backwards or something. Like he's a sheriff. It had Ron Livingston. It had Rob Corddry. It had John Michael Higgins, if you know who he is. He's in all the Christopher Guest movies. He's real funny. That one was okay. He's Gargamel in the when Hank Azaria is not Gargamel. It's Rainn Wilson in some of those Smurf cartoons.
Okay. You don't have to sell me on Rainn Wilson. I'm a fan.
Outside of The Office?
Very
uneven.
Not familiar. I guess I'm a fan of Dwight Schrute. That's what I should say.
Yeah, I was going to say.
False.
He did host SNL.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember that, but he did it. But this person wrote out an entire 10th season.
That's great.
By the way, I do want to mention the real forgotten victims of the coronavirus are cosplayers. They find themselves in the worst possible position, having to be themselves, which clearly they hate more than anything else. But cosplaying is a business. And cosplayers can't go about their business. You know, they set their schedule. They'll go to Comic-Cons and they'll spend all their hard-earned money on latex and hair dye and wristbands and whatever.
Alan Cox Show super fan. Stripper Scott, he's really into the cosplay community. He dresses up as Fat Thor Cleveland.
Is he really into the cosplay community, or did he throw a dart and happen to land on Fat Thor?
No, I think
he finally hit with Fat Thor.
He asked me if I knew people like in the costuming business. He went all out to get like a good wig, have it dyed to look exactly like the one in the movie.
Okay.
He's very dedicated to this. He's not just slapping stuff together. He's trying to make it as movie authentic as he can. So I give him credit for his attention to detail.
Okay. Well, the cosplay business is suffering. Now, sure, it's the last refuge of the unemployed hot girl. But, you know, there are a lot of people who put a lot of work into bringing their characters to life.
They're independent contractors, Alan.
And that's why they're the forgotten victims of the coronavirus.
They still got their Cash App out there. You can help them out if you want.
There you go. I was reading about all these cosplayers.
I say starve them out and get them on OnlyFans so we can see them boobies.
Hey, at least he knows what he likes.
I guess.
Right?
Get one of those ladies stuck in a dryer ASAP.
Yeah, there you go. That's right. Let's see them boobies, I believe is the quote.
Yeah.
So for a lot of cosplayers, they've been relegated to making masks. Whoa. They can't just let their sewing machines sit there idle. They've spent thousands of dollars on their costume. They've got to recoup those costs somehow because they have no place to put their armored boobies. Mm-hmm. The San Diego Comic-Con, you get a couple
high-level armor.
100,000 people at that thing, canceled. The Star Wars Celebration, 86th. New York Comic-Con, they say it's up in the air, but that's going to get canceled.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who are missing out on appearance fees and sponsorship deals, and, when you can't dress up in a red wig as the Black Widow, what are you left to do? Well, you use your sewing machine to make masks.
Hey, that's good, though.
For frontline responders. Yeah, it's great.
Nice. I like it.
I think it's something. So,
the first person,
think of the poor cosplayers who are out there.
The first person to develop a mask that doesn't fog up someone that has glasses is going to make a lot of money. Because I'm sure that's not a problem you've had, Poundcake, right?
Oh, my God. I hate it. Yes. And even before the mask, when I walk into it's the most embarrassing thing ever. Like when I was in college and I walk into a house party, I'm like, "What's up, MFers?" and it's just like,
"Aww, just trying to be cool."
You can't be cool. You got to take them off. That's why I take them off at all our bar crawls and all our pictures because I don't want the light reflecting off of them. Like there's nothing cool about it.
But doesn't that just mean that your mask is too loose? Like you're wearing grandma's mask in Costco. If it's tight, it's not going to go up to your glasses.
Like I said, it would happen
You're
anyways.
breathing down.
It would happen anyways. If you walk into a warmer room, it's warmer than
well,
air
that's
outside.
different. He's
but there
talking
are
about
mask
just
people. Like it's getting out somewhere, and it's fogging up glasses. And I see people all over social media complaining about their glasses fogging up because they're wearing a mask.
Huh. Maybe try a thinner fabric. Maybe the mask is too thick.
Mm-hmm.
Put the mask over your eyes.
The mask is not to protect you, it's to protect other people. If on your priority list you have glasses And then other people, problem solved, thinner mask. If your priority list is other people above glasses, you've got an issue. Now, Poundcake, I think he has said contact lenses aren't viable for you, right?
No, I have them.
Because you have Coke bottle glasses.
Yeah, they call them toric lenses.
Toric lenses?
Toric, I think, is T-O-R-I-C.
Not named after the great Peter Tork from the Monkees.
No, they have toric lenses, and it's essentially a magnifying glass on your eye. I put them in, and then I blink. I'm like,
there you go.
Eyes get
That's why
really
we
dry.
call him Sherlock Homie. All right.
I have so many, it's just.
So you could
it's a problem to be me.
burn bugs if you were to take them off and use them in the sunlight.
Who's that X-Men? Gazer beam.
Cyclops. Gazer beam.
It's from Incredibles.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Gazer beam. Cyclops.
He also has the cards.
No, that's
Gambit.
They both wear glasses.
That's the great...
Gambit does not wear glasses.
Who has been cast forever to play Gambit in the film.
Channing Tatum.
Alternately with Taylor Kitsch, who I think played him in Wolverine Origins.
Yeah, the old Origins, which was not the best.
Nope, but it was supposed to be Channing Tatum.
Well, Channing Tatum was cast later.
Was he?
Yeah, he was cast later. They were supposed to do a standalone Gambit film with Channing Tatum as Gambit, and it never came.
Boy, Taylor Kitsch, they keep trying to make that guy something.
I don't even know what that is.
He was in Friday Night Lights. And
he was great in that Waco show.
Yep, he was David Koresh in Waco.
A lot of people are telling me to watch that.
I watched that when it was originally on the Paramount Network, and it's really good.
It's on
really
Hulu
fun.
now, I think.
It's on Netflix now.
Okay. Yeah. He was in that great Oliver Stone movie called Savages that I don't think a lot of people
watched that.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't pay attention to it, but it's a great movie. I never watched Friday Night Lights. My wife loved that show.
Incredible show.
Yeah, that's where he was from originally. And they put him in that John Carter.
Yeah, which I never saw that. I tried to watch it, but it just, yeah. But Friday Night Lights, the series is great. And you got him, and you got
Kyle Chandler.
And you got Michael B. Jordan out of that show.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, get some heavy hitters out of that show. And then the
Foxy
girls,
Connie Britton.
Yeah, and then there was the girl that was dating Jeter for a while. I can't remember her name.
Minka Kelly.
Yeah.
Her dad was like
so
the guitar
goddamn
player
hot.
for Aerosmith or something. Like a backup guitar player or something.
So many hot girls. It's a great show.
But Taylor Kitsch is actually, if you follow him on Instagram, he's really funny too. He's very self-deprecating and, But yeah, they keep trying to he was True Detective in the second season. He was in True Detective.
I watched him in The Covenant because he was mainly shirtless the entire movie.
He's mainly shirtless in a lot of his roles, to be honest.
He knows where his bread is buttered. Take off that shirt. Make money.
The Covenant.
But he lost a ton of weight to play
dive.
David Koresh, and he's rail skinny because he was always pretty, he was never Vin Diesel jacked, but he was a pretty beefy dude.
He's lean.
And, he is now.
He's him in The Covenant.
You should watch him in Waco, where he looks like he's real skinny and not muscular at all. Lost a bunch of weight for that.
They play swimmers in The Covenant.
You know who else is in Waco?
Michael Shannon.
Julia Garner. Ruth from Ozark.
Oh, okay.
Is in Waco.
I'm out here in Texas. I live in Waco, and you know who I don't
The Branch Davidians.
The Branch Davidians. Those David...
Correct. I think she was part of them. Yeah.
She was.
Yeah.
I was. I didn't even know it. That's how good they are. You're just sitting around having a beer or two, and then they're like, "Congratulations, you graduated."
I think she plays like a 14-year-old too.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Chip and Joanna Gaines running around Waco, fixing stuff. Who needs them?
Hometown of Steve Martin.
Steve Martin.
Yeah.
He's dying up here.
Yeah, okay.
What do you think about King Tut 4?
I've got a break. If you want to get me a text, please do. 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for anything else, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Tonight at 7, relive baseball history.
6th in a row, 10-game win streak.
The aforementioned ZZ Top. Oh boy. 216-578-1007 if you want to join us. 800-348-1007. Gesundheit. Into the elbow.
That came out of a weird spot in my face.
550. God damn, it's not even clean.
Whatever, man. I shoved all the strawberries in my mouth. I'm trying to eat all the food I brought. And it's just, I'm too full.
Why are you racing against the clock?
Because I'm not going to eat it if I take it home.
Don't you know my old, long defunct rule about not eating during the show?
No, it's not even that. It's that, like, I brought food that I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat a salad and fruit, but that's what is healthy.
Why are you bringing food you don't want to eat?
I'm bringing food that's healthy because I'm a train wreck and trying to get back on track. And I don't want it. So I have to force myself to eat it here because I know I will not eat it at home. I'm not going to eat a salad at home.
Well, that's my question, though. Why are you more...
Oh, my God! Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh, my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
Why are you more likely to eat food you don't want to eat here as opposed to home?
Because I feel like at home, I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel like salad is an at-home food.
What? I eat salad anywhere I am.
I don't eat salad at home a lot.
What is an
I don't know why.
At home she's making. It's because at home she's making 700-calorie ham omelets.
I just don't like to eat a salad in my house. I feel like a salad is a lunchtime food.
Make a lot of rules for yourself.
What are you talking about?
What is the?
There's nothing wrong with the rules.
The 4 Promises. Is that
life is nothing without discipline? What?
Yeah. I think there's a book called The 4 Promises or something like that, and it talks about how people box themselves into situations because they create rules in their mind. And
the 4 Agreements.
4 Agreements. That's what it is.
A practical guide to personal freedom. Mm-hmm. Freedom.
Yeah, people like freedom. Right now. So a lot of people will do things like that where they make certain, salad's not an at-home food, but you've made that in your head.
No, I don't like eating a salad at home. I'm not saying that's
what's
just
the difference?
I just don't like it.
The book advocates
it.
freedom from self-limiting beliefs that may cause suffering and limitation.
Okay, they're not talking about salads.
No, but this is an example of things that people do where they say, well, I can't do that because it doesn't feel right to me or whatever. And it doesn't have to be, I'm using your salad thing as a silly example. But there's a lot of people that do this where they go, well, it's the way I was raised, or they'll have some excuse as to why they act a certain way, but it's a rule that they've put in place. And a lot of it builds anxiety in people, too.
When's the last time you ate a salad at your house? You built a salad and ate it at your house.
Sunday?
Night before last. I ate salads at home
that's all you
the
eat
time.
is lettuce.
That's not all I eat, but listen.
Sunday or Saturday?
But the underlying, and I'll get to the actual 4 agreements here in a second.
Okay.
Well, what you're saying is what you're...
I don't want to eat a salad at home.
But here's what you're doing. You're associating something you don't like now with your work environment.
No, it's not that I don't like it. I just don't want a salad today. I'm not in the mood for it.
You said I bring food I don't want to eat to work because I know I won't eat it at home.
Food I won't eat at home. I know I'm not going to eat a salad at home. I've tried. If I don't take it, I have tried.
To eat a salad at home.
I don't like it. I did it over the weekend.
What's the limitation?
I just don't like it. I don't want to eat that in my house.
Why does it change when you get here?
Because this is a different space. I feel like bringing a healthy lunch to work, it has a purpose, it has a place. I don't want to eat. I don't know. Right. I don't know. There's no reason.
What I'm saying is that the underlying comment there, the underlying thought is that I want to keep my home environment free.
Full of ham.
Full of ham, yes.
I want to keep my home environment
I want it to be Mary's Ham Palace.
free of things that I don't like.
Yes.
Which means, conversely, that you're equating your work environment with foods you don't like. You're creating a habit here at work where, I'll take the food I don't want and I'll choke it down at work.
Yes.
Because I hate work so much.
Yes.
That I'll associate.
I have to choke down their opinions just like I have to choke down this spinach.
Yeah, join the club. But I'm still eating salads. The way I see it.
I eat a salad every day. 5 days a week I eat a salad.
Me too. I eat salads here at work because it gives me more room to accept everyone's awful opinions of me and their criticisms of me, either founded or not. Here are the 4 agreements. as enumerated in this book. You want to hear about them?
It's like you don't eat McDonald's outside of the car. You know what I mean? Like fast food should be eaten in a car.
Yes, but I will.
I will eat a salad at home. I just don't prefer it. That's not a food I want to eat at my house.
I think that's a very, for as many times as I've been called weird on this show, for my little peccadillos, that's an amazing thing. I'm fascinated by it.
I don't want to eat it. If I come to your house, don't serve me a salad.
I don't want to eat a salad.
So you don't want to eat a salad
It's
at anyone's
not an at-home food.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
I
that
don't
it's not
know.
An at.
Let me ask you this.
It's not a. I think maybe I associate dinner time with like comfort food, and I don't want to eat a salad for dinner.
Is it?
I only eat 2 meals a day at home.
Because a salad, and tell me if I'm wrong, because a salad is something that you feel you should eat, not that you want to eat.
Correct.
And when you're home, you associate eating with like watching TV or having snacks. Is that what it is?
Sit at her table.
No, I sit at my table every meal.
But you can't eat a salad at your table.
No. What it is that to me, salad is not a dinner time food. I'm not going to eat a salad for dinner. I will eat a salad for lunch, no problem, every day.
You do know that you're supposed to front load your caloric content how you eat. You're supposed to eat like a big breakfast if you eat breakfast. I don't. Then you eat like a medium lunch and then like a salad for dinner.
I don't like salad for dinner.
Huh.
Salad is a lunch food to me.
You like breakfast for dinner?
No, I eat breakfast for breakfast. I like meat, veggie, protein, or protein, veggie, rice, essentially.
You just described a salad.
No, like broccoli, a piece of chicken, and some rice.
You sandwich or salad? You just described protein, vegetables. You just described a salad.
I understand, but I don't want a salad for dinner. Salad
That's why
is
you're
a
going to be
lunch-
a fatty fat.
Yeah, okay. Salad is a lunchtime food to me, and I don't want to have it for dinner. I eat dinner at home.
But don't.
So
you see why I
dinner,
brought
salad
up,
is
though,
not a
like
dinner.
making
But
up rules for yourself.
I'm not making up a rule. It's a preference.
But can you eat dinner time food at lunch?
I've brought in like when I meal prep for the week and I make a bunch of chicken and veggies and stuff, I'll bring that in.
So it only goes one way. This is not a semi-permeable membrane here. You can't eat a salad for dinner, but you could eat a steak and broccoli for lunch.
I wouldn't prefer it, but I will. Yeah, if I have leftovers, I'll bring that in. I'm not making rules for myself. It's just I don't like to eat salads for lunch.
I'm using the word rules in kind of a facetious
the broadest sense.
way. Yeah.
But you've set up some kind of like barrier in your mind, which is
just
all a rule is.
I don't like a salad for dinner. I don't think that's that you can
One of
have a
Mary's
side
rules.
salad with dinner.
But you're still eating a salad at
But
dinner.
I don't want it to be my meal.
Let me ask you this: if it's not a rule, shouldn't be hard to break.
I don't want to.
It's a rule. You're imposing on yourself.
No, I'm not saying you
preference.
cannot eat salads at home.
Preference.
I do not like salads for dinner. Dinner is one of 2 meals I have at home. I'm not eating a salad for breakfast.
Here, man, there's nothing better than breakfast salad. What are you talking about? Okay. A caprese salad for breakfast first thing in the morning? Oh my God. Chef's kiss.
All right, what are
I've
the
never
4
heard of the
agreements?
4 agreements, and Bill mentions it. Here are the 4 agreements.
Therapy.
Is that what it's from?
Yeah.
I've never heard of these either.
No.
Do more therapy.
Yeah, my therapist never suggests reading.
My therapist suggested this book, which I enjoyed, and then also suggested I watch A Star is Born from the 70s with Barbra Streisand.
So your therapist doesn't know.
This is for a long time ago.
I was going to say, but even then, your therapist was unaware of 2 fundamental Bill Squire facts, and thereby inhibiting the lengths to which they could provide you adequate care.
What facts?
You are not a paperwork person, that includes reading, and you are an auditory learner, which should also, why give you books to read?
The book,
Your therapist recommended. Did you listen to this on tape?
No, I read it.
I would think your therapist, someone
I can
who's kind of...
read.
I didn't say you were incapable of reading, but I would think your therapist would want you to take in the information in the way that is best suited for you.
Well, she just suggested I read it. And it did work, and I liked the book.
I think she was trying to force something down your throat.
That was more with the...
Like a salad.
What's it called? When she brought up my life as a performer was similar to A Star is Born, and that my reckless behavior was going to have a similar result. I'm like, all right, this is not what's going on in my life. You're not really paying attention. So
Let me ask you this. Which version of A Star is Born?
The one with Streisand.
Yeah, and Chris Christopherson.
Yeah.
That's the best one.
Is it?
Well,
I didn't even make it all the way through.
I haven't seen the Bradley Cooper one, but I think the Streisand...
He gets trapped in his garage and starves to death.
What?
A spoiler.
Sorry.
Wow.
I thought that was Matt Damon. And he was dressed up like an astronaut. It was Halloween.
Who the hell is Mac Damon?
He's Macklemore's brother.
Oh.
Mac Damon.
That's Mac Demon.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm all confused.
The 4 agreements. Yeah. Be impeccable with your word, especially if that word is impeccable.
Or incestful.
It's too much incestful activity around here. Be impeccable with your word. Don't take anything personally. Good luck.
I'm dying
Mary.
over here.
3, don't make assumptions.
That's a huge one.
I don't think I make a lot of assumptions.
I can't eat salad at home.
I didn't say I can't. I said I don't like to.
But that's the thing I think Poundcake does a lot, where
I can't poop at work.
Yeah, I can't poop at work.
You're
living.
that's been proven. I tried.
But you're living in the future too. Like you live in your head so much that you make all these assumptions about how things are going to go, and it paralyzes you from actually doing anything.
Okay.
Don't you feel like that though? You talk about that?
Yeah, a lot.
Here's the 4th assumption.
What? Agreement.
Now, what are the I'm sorry. Yeah, agreement. Freudian slip. Always do your best.
Okay.
See, this is lame. I mean, this is some of this fakakta self-help nonsense. But did it help you, Bill?
Yeah, it did.
I do my best. Most
Do you
of the
feel
time.
that do you feel that you're still adhering to your 4 agreements?
No, I mean, it helped when I was going through the therapy at that time, and the biggest thing that I took away from it was that kind of controlling things that you can control and letting go of those things that you can't control and assuming things. And I would do that a lot. I would assume a lot of things, and it would inform decisions that I made and how I would react to things, because I would just go with, well, this is what's going to happen, and then I'm going to do this, and it led down a just a very anxious path.
Okay.
And now I don't do that as much, or if at all.
But I don't know.
I was like, yes.
Fish. Fish are apparently lonely.
Like dinner food.
I think, what?
Huh?
Is fish only a dinner food?
Like a grilled piece of fish?
See,
yeah.
most days I will have a tuna salad.
That's different. I'm saying like a grilled piece of fish. Salmon.
Tuna is fish.
Cod. Not a grilled piece of tuna. Well, yeah, that's dinner. But a can of tuna or a pouch of tuna.
Not dinner.
Is a lunch food.
Really?
Yeah.
Not a light dinner.
No.
I'm a food guy.
Is it safe to say that dinner is your biggest meal of the day? Because that's not the way it's supposed to be.
Dinner and breakfast are my biggest meals of the day. Lunch is in between.
It's supposed to go the other way.
Well, it doesn't.
Eat
Supposed
like
to
a king
start
for
off
dinner.
heavy. No.
I mean,
supposed to start off heavy and then gradually, if you're going to do 3 meals a day.
Dinner is usually probably about 500 calories a piece. I mean, we're a little overboard with the ham this morning, but usually I have an egg white omelet or scrambled eggs or something of that sort, and then I'll have a salad and yogurt for lunch, and then I'll have protein, veggie, carb for dinner. I feel like that's pretty standard.
Okay. All I'm saying is you're starting to associate something that you don't want to eat with work.
But that's just right now. I've just had this same lunch like 2 weeks straight.
How long have you adhered to the I don't want to eat a salad at home?
I've never liked that. I don't like salads for dinner. I eat dinner at home.
No, what you should say is I only like salads for lunch because you don't like them for breakfast.
Okay.
Like a crazy person. And you don't like them.
I'll eat a salad whenever.
I think a salad is
and
a
you don't like
lunchtime
them for
food.
dinner.
That's all. That's just in my head as a lunchtime food.
Food is food.
A side salad or a dinner salad, like to have a small salad before your dinner is fine. I would never do that at home.
Does
I would
that
never
come-
prepare a
You have-
small salad.
You have an entree, and then you have dessert, and then you have a post-dessert salad.
Is that born at all from your years in the service
I'm
industry?
sure that it is. Like a lunch menu and a dinner menu.
And we've learned something about young Bill Squire here. I would have never pegged him, and thank God, as a post-dessert salad guy.
Well, he's been.
But that's a great idea.
He's been on record as saying steak first, dessert, and then appetizer.
True. Yeah.
He said that
True.
when we celebrated my 1 year of sobriety. He was
Yeah.
upset. Why is it my steak here?
I'm just
Dessert
throwing
first.
out ideas.
Right.
Just great ideas.
You got to see what works best for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right? There are some ways in which our bodies are our bodies. They all function the same way. There are little variables in there. And so if you decide, you know what? Salads work best for me post-pudding. Maybe it's
Or
a mental
pudding salad.
Maybe it's a mental thing.
Use pudding as your dressing. 2 birds.
Listen, I mentioned fish.
They're lonely.
They are lonely. I don't know how. Again, I think this is people trying to work at aquariums, trying to get people to come back as quickly as they can. But this is out of Australia. But I've seen other aquariums around this country say, they've been closed. Shed Aquarium at home in Chicago, the Cleveland Aquarium. They say that their fish are showing signs of depression. Now, I'm no ichthyologist, but I imagine it would be hard-pressed to figure out if a fish was depressed. They don't give a rat's ass if you're there. People are like, they're used to looking at people. They don't know what's going on, right? They're swimming around. I guarantee fish don't notice we're there. But people who work at aquariums are saying that fish are showing signs of depression because they haven't been able to look at people.
What?
Maybe they've been depressed this whole time, and now you're just noticing because you have more time to look at the fish and see how sad they are. Even when there's people there or there's not people there, they don't like being in an aquarium.
I don't think fish care.
See, that's growth. That's a guy who's read the 4 agreements.
Which agreement is noticing fish?
Always do your best.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
He did his best.
And I didn't assume anything.
Yeah, I didn't assume.
I mean, that was an entire assumption.
Yeah, it's like you assumed that the fish... Come on.
In the first 1 to 2 weeks after we closed to the public, some of the larger animals in there really started actually showing different behaviour. A lot of people don't realise the animals can actually see outside of the tank and see the people outside as well. Just like us looking at them, they can also look out and look at us as well.
I call nonsense.
Did you see where they put the sloths near the dolphins? And it cheered the dolphins up, and even the sloths were enjoying the dolphins' company?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because who's not going to get happier on a dolphin?
Or a sloth, for that matter.
Okay. And I think animals know animals. Listen, when we were in Toronto last, we took our daughter to the Toronto Aquarium. If you've never been, unbelievable. They got a fantastic, it's a super touristy thing to do, but they have a fantastic aquarium in Toronto, right downtown. They have, in one of those giant tanks, where people can gather or whatever, they have a diver in the tank. And there's a girl out on our side of the tank with a microphone. And they're not the only aquarium to do this, but it's still cool if you have a kid to watch. And then the diver has a mic. So he's talking to people. He's talking about the ecosystem, the aqua system, whatever it's called. He's in the tank. And the fish, I guarantee, don't know the guy's there. They're going around him looking for food or whatever.
Don't they have a poor memory, or is that just a urban legend about goldfish?
All I know is that when I had a goldfish as a kid, I would tell it a story every day, and not once did it ever read it back to me. So yeah, bad memories. Bad memories. I would give them math problems. Not once did I come back and one of them was solved.
On the side of the bowl?
Or at least they would transpose a couple of numbers, and I'd go, you stupid. That's not it.
I think that whole memory thing was a myth.
Oh,
because,
I don't know.
I think it was on Mythbusters.
How do you gauge a fish's memory?
Well, someone trained a fish, but again, training a fish to do get through a maze, I don't think is the same thing as memory. I think that's, but
it is memory.
It's like rote behavior. I mean, if it's So speaking of short memories, hey Dick.
Hey, you were speaking of aquarium. There's one down about 50 miles. It's on the river. It's the Newport Aquarium. It's $24 to get in there.
I've been there.
They got a lot of fish, and they had a diver in there. And with this diver, I couldn't believe he must be trained. He was going around the baby sharks. When I saw it about 3 years ago.
Yeah, Dick, I certainly hope that the aquarium doesn't have an untrained diver just running around the tank.
Yeah.
I think the guy, when I was there, this is probably about...
interesting. You tour it and everything, you see a lot of that stuff,
What'd you say, Bill?
Yeah, about 10 years ago, I worked at the comedy club down there, and I went to that aquarium, and there was a diver in there, and he took a big dump right in the aquarium. And I don't know if he was an official diver, though, because he was just wearing an Ohio State shirt and a pair of cargo shorts. Yeah.
Well, I don't think you're going to get down there because since last night we've had 3 inches of rain here in Dayton. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what rain is. Yeah, that's crazy. Wow, everybody okay? Are you selling more canoes?
Yeah. You know, you speaking of canoes, I think people got boats or something on the Ohio River or around Springfield there because, I mean, the lines have just been, like I told you last week, it's been, it's like Christmas. I had to park over at the Walmart parking lot.
Yeah, they don't have employee parking for you at the Lowe's?
You can't find a place to park.
Well, listen, the stay-at-home order lifted, Dick. You don't have to hunker down in your house anymore.
No.
You can go back to work.
One thing about it, I told you, a couple people got fired, but they
That's funny.
Why is he laughing? It's like, a couple people got fired. Oh, they're not getting hired back.
I like this new Dick's a Dick from Dayton.
Right.
They had me wear a mask, and they said that I was You're not Dr. Strangelove, Dick from Dayton, but you look okay in the mask, and it didn't bother me.
I was going to say, you don't have a problem with you don't feel like your freedom is being infringed upon, right, by being asked to wear a mask?
No.
The smallest sacrifice you could ever be asked to do?
That's right.
Right. Okay.
But what I thought the other day, it was so darn nice to see the mall, Fairfield Mall, with crowds there. It looked like
crowds at the mall. Boy, I'll tell you what, can't wait. Do you have a tricked out mask, Dick? You got anything on your mask? Is it like an Indian's mask or what?
No, it's just actually it's like a surgical mask like they use at Cleveland Hospital. It's blue, and you put it around your ears.
I feel like the Kettering Banjo Society is missing an opportunity to not be making masks with your logo on them, like merch masks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have not. This is the strangest thing, guys. I hope we have practice in 2 weeks, but nobody, since this virus, has even called about when we're supposed to have practice June 8th, but I can't wait to get back. You know what I mean? I really can't. And hoping the Indians have a good season, and I know the Browns will be okay, but that's about it for me. Have a good day.
Dick. 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 D-I-C-K Dick. D-I-C-K Dick. Dick.
I do like him laughing at people getting fired.
I know.
Yeah, right? Yeah, but people got fired. It was real funny.
We saw the dark side
of crowds at the mall
Yeah.
across the street. It was awesome.
We saw Dick Vader there for a second. The dark side. All right. Well, otherwise, life. Boy, you talk about someone for whom life has not changed a whit.
Well, he
Dick
can't
from
practice,
Dayton.
and nobody's called him about it.
I feel like that was kind of the way that it was before. If they weren't doing gigs, nobody would have called, and they wouldn't have been practicing.
Yeah.
What if what?
Say, what if they're phasing him out? Like they're practicing and
We
just
don't
not
need your mandolin
calling
skills
Dick.
anymore.
Oh, man.
He's getting pushed down and he doesn't even know it.
I guess we'll find out. All right, you want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox